Hello, everybody, and welcome. Mass Effect Ashes of the Vanguard, Season 3, Session 1. I'm excited. I have some fun things I want to do this season.
He's joshing you guys. We're still in the finale from last week.
Finale part 7 coming today.
Oh, God, okay.
Scott asked us a fun question, chat, right before we went live. And that's if we'd finished working on some stuff with our characters. And before I had a chance to answer, he's like, all right, going live. And just to embarrass him further, Scott, I'd left you with 2 questions before I'd finished up my character. I did not get an answer to.
Oh.
So my answer to you is no, but it's your fault.
Okay, I accept. Cool. Anybody else? Can I take blame for anybody else?
I'll always blame
My
you.
chair feels like it's sitting a little awkwardly, like the right armrest is bumping the desk, the left isn't. Scott, I feel like this is your fault.
It is. See, I put the left armrest up my ass.
See, JP set up
Also-
your office. You could just blame JP for that one.
Left nut. Never mind. I won't finish that thought.
Okay, cool.
Also, it was a little cold today, so don't do that again.
Okay, you're in Florida. That's on you. Like,
It hit 70 today,
I know what you did.
Scott.
I know what you did, dude.
yeah, a drop below
Did it,
70.
did it
How
hit
dare.
70? No.
Dude, it's been really cold in California. Actually, it's been raining and it's like 45 degrees right now. And it's been like 40.
45.
Yeah,
How
it's been
will
like,
you guys live?
dude, I've been seeing people and like dressing like they're going to the snow.
Not to
I
ever
just-
give Scott credit, but I remember going to Boston when there was 9 feet of snow. I'm not sure 45 qualifies as that bad.
So
Unless you don't have a-
I'm flying
I'm
out
not
to
saying
LA
it was bad.
on-
I'm just saying it's much colder than normal.
That's fair.
Especially
I'm
with
flying out
rain
to LA
and
on,
it's
on
windy.
Sunday, and Rory was looking at the weather difference between LA and the town I live in right now, and she's just like, does it get cold there? Oh, Daddy, we're gonna have a blizzard on Sunday. You're on a plane that day, right? They have nice weather though. I'm like, oh, thanks, Rory. Thanks. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, they may not have nice weather, but it's a shitty place to live and be. So that's the payoff. You get off the plane, you immediately feel shitty.
Oh yeah,
It's
well that's true. That's because
Yeah.
there's Bostonians around. Look, ugh.
I was talking about LA.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there.
Apparently it's 37 and cloudy here.
I don't know what it is here. 32 degrees. My
Wait.
computer just told me.
You had to check. You haven't gone outside today?
Well, I have. Doesn't mean I know what the temperature is.
His
Oh.
Chilly in
nipples are
my-
actually mercury infused.
Yeah, before we start,
nice shorts, it's a little chilly on the thighs walking around outside.
I've got
jeans
my
on.
dad pants on. I've got
See your breath, like
I've got
there's like
cargo
frost
pants
on the grass. But like
I
my
worked today, so I have jeans on.
I strictly just wear these really nice cargo pants.
honestly, anywhere between like 25 and 45, like at night, it kind of doesn't feel that different because it's just dark, cold, and windy.
Yeah, the low this week for me is 61.
Wow, how will you
Uh,
survive?
We will not hit anywhere near that high.
I
Uh,
hope you get some nice sweatpants, messy, and a nice
Yeah,
jacket to
well, that's why
survive
I'm in
those
shorts.
60s.
The
I'm in shorts 'cause
lowest
that's
for
the
me,
low. The high is like mid 80s.
I
The
shovel
lowest-
snow in these sometimes.
it's gonna be 29 for me on Sunday.
Molly posted an image of me wearing shorts and a t-shirt with a broom sweeping away snow so the dogs could go pee.
You guys think we're done talking about the weather?
Well, I was gonna say, Pat, I have to give you fault or credit for something. I'm 99% sure it was you that had suggested it. So I finally tried Lego Fortnite.
Really fun, isn't it?
It's not that it's just really fun, because it is. It's the first time ever, literally ever, in over 14 years of being together, there's a video game that Brittany will play and will play with me. And even Aurora is having fun.
You know what's
So
cool
we
is
have a
if
whole
you guys all
family
have
playing the game.
If you guys all have switches, you guys could all just play in bed.
No, well, Rory has a Switch. Brittany's on the PS4, and I have to go downstairs, relegated downstairs to the basement in my computer. But Rory will run up and down depending on like who she's hanging around.
I have an extra switch I could just send you, Scott.
An extra Switch?
Before I had a family, I didn't really care, and I just bought dumb shit.
Well, that'd be fun.
It was like a collector edition. That's why I would just buy collector stuff.
I mean,
And
if
I
you
would
want to send it, I'll totally
I
hang
would
out
be
in a
like
room with
Wade,
them.
and I would just hoard it in my not basement,
But
but
I've got 2 VR headsets buried in boxes somewhere in this house.
You know, I only ever tried VR once, and it was at my my sibling.
Me too, but I still bought the other headset.
Yeah. Really? So you've only played. I find it hard to believe you've only played VR once ever.
I did one video series on YouTube with the VR headset, I think. I might have done 2.
So a video series means you played it many times. I mean, I wore
Well, it
it
means
for
I
like 10
played it at
minutes
least.
once.
I think it was 3 recording sessions.
How we record, Scott, is we stand there, we play for like 2 hours, and that's the recording session.
Oh, no, I get that. And that session can be
Oh.
many different videos. I
Yeah.
completely get that. But it's still, it's not only like 15 minutes of play and that becomes, 8 videos. It's longer.
Well, no, I
Can we
definitely
go back-
spent like 3 hours playing. What's up, Messi?
Can we go back to the Lego Fortnite thing? Have you guys not tried Minecraft, Scott?
So Minecraft, I keep saying the same line, but Minecraft looks like a QR code had a seizure. I cannot watch things that looks as pixelated and as trashy as that.
You
And
know,
I've
there's,
seen
like,
the
texture
reskins
packs.
and all that stuff, and I've seen it, but I'm like,
It's
too much
different.
work.
I felt the same way the first time I was showed Minecraft, like back in 2011 or whatever it was. I felt the same way. I thought it looked terrible. Once you play it though, like the feel of it changes that perception.
I want you to
does.
think about what you just said. Back 13 years ago is what you just said.
Okay, eat my ass. Can we go back to the weather?
Yeah.
Might get as high as 46 tomorrow.
it's raining these nuts.
Dude, did you see Jack Black is going to be Steve in the Minecraft movie?
What?
He's a perfect Steve.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Chris
he'd be a
Pratt was
perfect
found
Steve.
dead in a basement. That's why he couldn't.
Oh my god. No, Chris
Excuse me?
Pratt's playing Hero Bride.
He's playing the
I
dragon.
thought he was playing a ghast.
She ghastly on my nethers.
It's funny how many video games are becoming movies right now, which makes
Did I get
sense.
this
but-
messy with that?
That was
Dude,
gross.
Adler's always. She's got a meme of 2 ghasts doing that. She's like ghastly on my nethers.
So is the Minecraft movie going to be CGI or is it going to be real people?
I have no idea.
I assume CGI.
Scott, I sent you a message on Discord regarding those 2 questions I needed answers to 7 days
That's
ago.
awesome. Wait,
No rush.
a live action Minecraft movie is just like the
Is
Tom
it live
Hanks
action?
movie.
Is that what it's gonna be? Oh, that's terrible.
No,
if
I'm
it's gonna be
saying
live.
like that would just be Castaway. So go watch Castaway and pretend.
Castaway, but with blocks.
Instead of balls?
Technically,
Castaway, but watch it at 144p. in your phone.
Minecraft Castaway, he could probably just dig down, which is kind of dangerous in Minecraft to go straight down, but he could go down a little bit and then take those dirt blocks and build his way off the island and quit being such a lazy shit.
Do you guys remember how like that whole movie was like sponsored by like FedEx or something?
No.
No.
Fun fact,
And,
I've never
what
actually
was
seen the
Wilson?
movie Castaway. I just know
Yeah.
every part of it.
Isn't it the guy
From
with he
people
has the
talking
ball?
about
No, you're lying.
Right?
You have
Yeah,
to
that's
see it.
Wilson.
You've not seen
Yeah.
every part of it. You have to see it.
He's-
Dude,
he's the Wilson
the
ball.
hand part where he's making
Forrest Gump
it
got
makes me
lost.
cringe every time. It hurts so bad.
Yeah, no.
So
never-
season 3, everyone.
Yeah,
Anna.
season 3. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Of Stranger Things.
Well, we
was
can't
really good.
start the campaign yet. Rena hasn't officially said a single syllable, letter, word, nothing. So we can't start the session.
That is in the bylaws.
I mean,
Yeah.
we just have her here because we're like, well, we fulfilled our quota of having
Oh my
a
God.
female on the stream. She just needs to sit there, wear cutesy headphones, and do nothing else. We're
You can
waiting
get
to.
I
John
did not
Cena
sign
right
those
now.
bylaws, and I think I'm going to scratch my name from the bylaws.
You can get John Cena in Lego Fortnite right now. Also, wait, I don't know if you're interested. They've got a whole Dragon Ball Z thing going on right now.
Fortnite? They've
You could
had
play as
that.
Goku. You could play as Vegeta. Or
They had
Bulma, or
Thanos. They had the
Beerus.
whole Dragon Ball crew. I've seen.
They've got
I've-
Goku Black. They've got Frieza and Cell.
Yeah, Brittany's mad that her little Lego person keeps changing. It's randomized.
Your glider can be Shenron.
I was like, well, Brittany, you have to pay for having a set skin. She's like, well, can I at least customize my skin? Can I like pay to customize it and you can have that? And I was like, no, you have to choose which one that you like. You buy that one, and that's what you do. She's like, okay, well, how much is it? I was like, well, it depends on V coins. She's like, fuck this. No, I'm good. No, too complicated.
V-Bucks.
I can't choose what I want, and I can't just buy it. I have to buy coins to buy a
This
thing I
man
don't
said
want.
V-Bucks and his wife got pissed.
Welcome
That's
to
awesome.
half of the
I got-
known world.
I got All Might when I was playing with Messi, and then I found out I couldn't play with him as in Legos, and I was really upset. It was really shit. I just want to be John Wick now.
Wait, why can't you play with them in Lego? What?
There's only a certain amount of characters that cross over to the Lego version, and not
Oh.
like the BR version. They have all the skins, but not.
Yeah, Lego has its own licensing, so it can't use all the characters.
can't
that are in
use-
the,
Yeah, which makes
Right.
sense.
So for a lot of like, I'm waiting for Jujutsu Kaisen and Attack on Titan to come.
I don't know
back.
why we're rolling, but I like your number better than mine.
Oh, Rena's supposed to roll 2d20 and keep them, which she did. Good job, Rena. She has a 2 and a 13.
No, I didn't. That was
She
not rolling
spoke!
as the right character. I rolled a 4 and an 18 actually.
Oh,
So,
okay. My apologies.
Okay.
I thought she was rolling to see if she was going to talk.
Oh.
That's what I thought the 2 was for. I was like, oh, that's why she's not speaking. She rolled a 2. Entertain
Never
Scott
mind.
tonight, too? No,
No.
not dealing with his bullshit again.
No. Never mind.
Well,
All right, Scott. Oh, I
That's
see you
sorted.
responded to my question on Discord, Scott. Your response was, oh. Fair enough. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely done leveling.
You understand the response then. Just don't say it out loud. Just, oh, it's fine.
Yeah, oh,
Just don't
yeah,
respond.
I fully understand the response to what the hell is this, Scott, and what are my options? The answer is oh.
Oh.
Well, you certainly didn't say what the hell is this, Scott? What are my options? He's probably typing.
So you guys want to have our own conversation in DMs so we can like also be involved in something?
No.
Let me open Discord.
Do we roll hit points?
Yeah, we get a roll for hit points because you guys did level up after last session. But can somebody tell me what IE stands for?
For
IE.
example.
Internet Explorer, bitch.
Oh, Internet Explorer. Okay, okay, cool. So Wade said, "What the hell is this, Scott? Comma. What are the options? Spelled out question mark. IE comma question mark.
Yep. I was trying to be clear.
Internet Explorer comma question mark.
Don't we all question Internet Explorer? It's probably use Chrome.
All right, or Firefox. All right, everybody, roll your hit die. Let's go. Big money, big money, big money, big money. Okay.
3. Going low again.
Well, you get 5 total. You know, it's not so loud.
Scott, this is where you're allowed to intervene. Help us for the love of God.
For the love of.
We just hit
Nice.
dice, right?
Yes,
For the
sir.
love of Larrea. Oh, that's a good one.
All right, not bad. She rolled a 6. That's average.
Goodbye 69. Can we get a salute out?
Or is that one under average? I always forget. I think it's
I
average.
see a 7. Where do you see a 6? What are you looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is a 7. You're correct, and I think that is average. So that's not bad, Rena.
A 7 on a D10?
Did you get B's and C's mainly in high school? Average.
And per usual, Rena and I need help. Because we roll like shit.
I wrote literally the shittiest roll.
Hey, Rena, you can replace that hit die roll with an 18.
Messy,
I don't think I
you
get to
crushed it.
take the 18.
An 18 plus 2? Wow, 20 hit points. That's crazy.
Wow,
That's not
crazy.
happening. No, hard no. Pass.
Come on, Explorer's kind of a weak class, so she needs all the help she can get.
What?
I mean, you made it, so therefore it's pretty
Oh, I nerfed it
stripped
for
down
what it
and
was.
neutered.
But I also added flavor and
Very
whatnot
weak.
to it, so.
Very neutered.
All right, cool.
Yeah, he nerfed me.
So unless chat is going to,
Yes, sir.
I always forget about what the voice is for that one. Chat did give a reroll. So who
Rena
wants to
should
take
take it first.
I'll take it.
No. Rena should take it first. A 2 on an 8.
Okay, I'll
Pretty bad.
try.
She spoke today. She's
All right.
allowed to have it.
Nice.
All right, big money, Rena. Big money.
Guys, if you just give 3 more rerolls, she might be above average.
I might get up there. Yeah, don't worry about me. It's fine.
Scott, may I roll for fun?
Yeah, you can click it.
But if it's lower, you have to take it. Oh,
Damn.
uh-oh.
I think I have the most amount of health in the group,
Usually.
so this wouldn't bother me.
Yeah. You have a higher con. We both roll D10, but I think with your you always have more health than me. You're in the 70s or 80s, right?
I'm 79 right now.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're close,
not.
right?
I'm 30.
No.
Shit.
How close are you?
Uh-oh. Treadmill.
With my 5, I'd be at a 72.
Jesus
It's
Christ,
close.
Chat. It's really creepy.
What? My DM to you?
No. That would maybe chuckle. With treadmill ascent. It's very creepy.
Think anyone's taken the Twitch handle for Steamboat Willie yet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
100%.
With everybody talking about the horror movie that's coming out, yes.
I'm just probably taking years
No, it
ago.
was just Steamboat
Do you
Willie.
mean Iron Lung?
Sir? Yes, sir.
Snaga
No.
gave a reroll. If somebody wants to take that.
Wait, do you have the rights
Rena,
to,
do you want to take the reroll?
I mean, should
to do
Wade go this
anything?
time?
What
He
was your
technically
question?
rolled
I was
lower
gonna
than
say we should
Rena.
let Wade. Yeah, let Wade go because now we're even.
Sorry, we're actually doing something
Hey!
with
Hey!
it.
Wow.
All right. Again,
Thank you.
I think a 6 or a 7 is average on the D10. I forget how they do it in 5e. All right. If anybody wants to do one more, we can give Rena one more try. Otherwise, we're good to go. And
Thank
then,
you. Who sent that one?
That one was Snaga. Before that was... Oh, sorry.
All
No,
right.
that's not true. The first one was
Oh,
Snaga.
okay.
The second one was Uzu.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you both.
Blessings of Uzin?
No.
Wow.
I'm actually updating that. I just haven't gotten to it yet because it's not going to be combat this turn.
More like Uzu
Strix,
big
choose your
tip.
ability.
Are we right? Uzu big
Here's
tip.
my
right,
ability.
team?
I
Feeling like
I
what? Oh,
want to
okay.
be able to make ramen come out of my fingertips.
Yeah.
Granted.
Sweet, let's go.
Okay.
No support at all on that high five, but it's fine. Not bitter.
Each
So,
finger is a different type of broth.
Different
let's...
noodle.
Noodles out of one hand.
Sir, yes, sir.
Speaking of which, I forgot the order.
Hi, Ashley.
Good. Thank you, Pat.
Rena, you can get one more reroll. I guess you chat bought you more time.
Woo! Thanks.
to order
Thanks,
noodle.
chat.
All right.
Alright,
All you have
let's
to beat
go.
is a
Max.
3 on a D8.
Natty 1. Natty 1.
Oh my
I
God,
literally
Rena.
one more.
4,
I did
5,
4,
and
5,
6.
6. What is wrong
At
with
least
me?
now you're close to average.
Oh my
I mean,
god, dude.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Okay, what's the average? It's just 6?
I mean,
7?
a 4.5 would technically be average on a D8, so you're just below it.
Good job.
3
So
times
proud
in a
of you.
row. I mean, what are the odds of it happening?
Nope. Nope, don't say that. It's fine, I'll take the 7.
Okay,
I
cool.
don't want to continue to go through this torture.
Is there a cooldown on how often they can redeem it? Is that what
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
whining
It's because
about?
beforehand people would spam it. One person would want to reroll,
Oh.
and I'd get the 3 or 4 at the same time, and then it was a matter
I
of having
see.
to go back and redeem what I'm trying to DM. So, anyways, so the
Thank you,
cooldown just
guys.
allows there to be a bit more control to it. Cool. So let's get it started. If somebody
We
chooses
really
to
should have had
redeem
like
one,
an hour-long meeting before we started this because we think we have stuff to go over that we should have gone over. But
should we just end the stream and come back in 45 minutes?
no, they can deal
Just
with
do
it.
be right back screen. We'll be right back.
They're
there.
used to our bullshit. At least this will be on topic bullshit.
Okay, cool. So instead of me kicking this off with the stuff that I intended, putting aside the powers questions that you have because that's not pertinent for right now, what other questions did you guys have?
Well, we need to know how much time passed and what we did during that time because
Yeah.
apparently there's a lot of stuff we probably could have done in the amount of time that we were given, right? So,
Yeah. I all that covered for you.
Great. I'm glad we discussed this as a group. Tell us what we did.
Yeah, no,
Can I grab a
absolutely.
drink?
I got you. Because remember, you were locked there. You were stuck there until you were able to get picked up. You were warned, hey, you're going to be stuck at your base until you're able to be picked up. So if
Well, I
that's where you wanna
imagine
go.
then we wanted some provisions and stuff to take there to actually be able to work on things, right?
Yep, that was mentioned last session that they would be.
I've got all
bringing
the
you
hot
supplies.
sauce I need.
Great. Yeah, I was thinking about hot sauce. Yeah, cool. As long as we have hot
Do you
sauce.
say they're bringing some fries?
I did not say fries. I said
Hot
supplies.
sauce and fries. What else do we need for 6 months of downtime?
Did you say Wade's intro? Egg
Ooh,
guys?
chips and salsa.
Are we placing? This sounds like a bunch of people had
Why did they
edibles
leave?
and they're ordering
need
off of
food.
like Postmates.
I do
together.
need food. Yeah.
We need food.
It was like, oh, do you
Batarian
have ice
does
cream
deliver
there?
here, in fact.
So I was opening up, going over that stuff. Wade, was there something specific that you had questions about, or?
Well, I think Messi was training on something.
Yeah, so
Unless
there's a
that
note
changed,
on
'cause
his
we changed
character
system.
sheet specifically about that because that system doesn't exist anymore. So I put a note on his character sheet like 4 weeks ago, saying, hey, this doesn't exist anymore, but we can easily convert what you were training into something else of your choice. Just let me know what makes sense that you wanted to do, and we
Cool.
can convert the 40 whatever days it is over to that.
That is definitely one of the things we should consider. And then I know we had a bunch of mods to make and or buy and or install, and it would be a great time to have done that too.
Yep. With the exception of something that requires an actual skill check, which I think there's 2 or 3 things that require skill checks. Everything just assumes you had enough time so you could have succeeded with it, as long as you had the supplies to do so.
I'm hoping we did. Otherwise, hopefully we bought some of this stuff. Did we get paid anything for this job, or was it just?
All the payments that were technically due at the time would have been done. You were already paid in advance, and then the most recent thing, and you even got a bonus for one of them. And then the most recent thing was like you did a job for them for that was already handled beforehand. There's still rewards
Okay.
coming, but that's going to be what I handled in the opening.
Cool. Then I guess I've got nothing else. You guys have anything to delay Scott with?
Just chewing. Cool.
All
I
right.
don't remember. I still have to roll for those mods, right, Scott?
Very few things actually have to be rolled for. Most things happen automatically.
It's
so it
just
depends
based
what
on
you do.
time.
Yeah.
And we have
So,
lots
so
of
for
time.
instance, there was one particular mod that Rena had found that requires a skill check to put it into an item and what have you. So that's something that needed to be taken care of. Other than that, though, you guys should be pretty good to go. So
I was going to be trying to make shield capacities for me, and I know you and I talked about that last session, or
Yeah.
after the fact.
For the shield capacity, you're talking about the one that increases your shields from 5 to 10, and it's the chest plate one, I believe it's called.
Yeah. The
Yeah, 'cause
uncommon
you-
one.
What was it called?
The uncommon one.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. So let me just look up chest real quick and find out what it's called.
While you're looking that up, I'm guessing
Shield
Gusty
battery.
went and did his own
was-
thing for a while. He's
like, I
not
think it's
locked
just-
on the base with us, so it's just us.
He's not there, correct?
Cool.
Yeah, it's called shield battery, Pat. It's 10,000 credits is how much it usually costs. So that would be...
I already know it.
Oh, no. That's how much it costs to buy. So that would be 20 Omni Gel to be able to craft. But I'm going to get into that in a moment.
Oh, okay.
Cool. So any other specific questions?
Not at the moment.
No.
Awesome. You just got to
What does shield
TCS.
capacity do then? The shield, I know shield capacity. I know shield
Increase the
battery.
shield points by 5.
What is?
It goes into arms.
Holy shit, a ship of Theseus.
Can I make both of those?
Shield
so I-
battery also increases shield points by 5, but it goes into chest. So you can use both. One goes into your chest piece, one goes into your arm.
Can I have 15 shields?
So if it
Wait,
comes
I have a
from
question.
if it comes from the same location, you cannot stack it. So by that I mean if
Well,
it's
one's
a chest,
one's arms.
yeah, if there's a chest piece that does plus to shield and there's an arm piece that does plus to shield, you absolutely can stack those two.
And then I have the
pieces.
base 5, so that would be 15.
Correct. Yes, sir. Exactly that.
That's what I would like to do. But if I have enough time to make it for everybody else, and we have the gel to do it,
So,
Yep, I got you.
looking at our list of mods we had, they were all uncommon except for shotgun spreads. Nanobots was rare.
yeah, that's something that I found at the institute. That's where we found Larrea.
Yeah, those are all our known schematics that we'd be crafting. I don't know if you have to roll for those or not. That's a Scott question, but those are the schematics we have.
Nope, not to craft them. As long as you have the materials, you can craft all that stuff. No problems whatsoever.
I will need to know the cost then, because we only had 24 Omni Gel at the end of last session, unless we were able to buy more or
Not
get
buy.
more.
That's part of what I'm covering in the opening.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I have one not very important question.
Sure.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
my dinner.
Can you just make up a name for the mechanic on Omega? That's part of the talent group.
Make up a
Right
name
now.
for the mechanic on Omega. How about this? We will allow chat to roll
Trini.
D100, and the person that rolls, give us a range.
Took way to
Messi, give me a
It didn't. I had to look
six number
to
range.
find you.
6 number range?
Yep.
80 to 86.
80 to 85 would be a 6 number range.
80 to 85.
So 80 to 85. So whoever rolls between 80 and 85 first, you are welcome to come up with a human mechanic on Omega that works for the Talons. So we don't want a goof name. We want a real name for the character. Cool. Any other questions, please?
I asked what I wanted to ask.
I like that number though, so I'm gonna stop rolling.
Are we pretty much just staying here for an allotted amount of time, right?
Yes, a few months. Yes, sir.
That's what I was gonna say. It was like a couple months. With my like, with my
so
weird
nice.
personality trait of being able to just make crap, would I be able to make a somewhat comfortable living space?
Yeah. I actually had showed you guys the base beforehand. And
Right.
Your room is two.
I'm just
rooms
saying,
away
for
from
me, would it be like, can I make it extra comfy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you
Everybody
just-
else, it looks like Wally lives there.
Okay, you grew up on a scrap planet, man. How comfortable are you used to?
I can.
Oh,
make
we got an
stuff-
80. Werg.
All right, Werg. You get to name the character. Go ahead, sir. I'm still listening to you.
Oh, I was goofing off until somebody rolled me.
Oh, jeez. That's not what I was waiting for. So if
Oh.
you guys are, once again, if you're good to go, I'm good to Cool.
Wait, are we gonna roll
Barbara,
for
let's
that
go.
that mod or whatever I found?
We'll deal with that afterwards. It's part of the
Oh,
opening bit.
cool.
Yep.
Got it. Go for it then.
All right, cool. So what we are going to do is first and foremost, Messy, you had found a sniper rifle at one point in time. Probably not a sniper rifle that you want. I think you're working on another one. And I told you that there were, I believe, 2 upgrades inside that sniper rifle. This was the collector sniper rifle. And the upgrades that were inside there are upgrades known as precision.
Oh, I think Graff grabbed that.
Then it was
but yeah,
Graff who got it,
carry on.
whoever it was. Were precision scope and magazine upgrade were the 2 upgrades to, and you can look at this up on N7, which is a collector sniper rifle. I don't know if Graff ever actually wants to use it, but there are mods in there. I don't know if you'd ever want to take those mods out, or if this is like he's keeping this as memorabilia, or maybe he kept one of the other broken ones, or what have you, like in one of the assault rifles or what have you, as memorabilia from before, because he mentions keeping memorabilia. But I did want to let you know you did come across the collector sniper rifle with both the precision scope and magazine upgrade, which are both uncommon upgrades inside of it. And it is in working condition. You guys do have that.
Can you tell me those
There's
mods one more time? Because you only had
precision scope.
heavily modded. Precision scope.
Magazine upgrade. Cool.
Okay.
All right. So going into what happened the past several months. So when you guys got dropped off of the planet, you got dropped there with a bunch of provisions, which was suggested would happen. The ride down there in the shuttle was not a smooth ride, as you might imagine, with the terrain, with the storms, the electrical storms, everything that happened on that planet. It is a very dangerous trek down. Fortunate for you guys, you do happen to have a pilot that is extremely skilled at navigating rough areas. You've experienced this many times before. If Graff's at the helm, you probably have nothing to worry about. Beyond that, you do have a genius scientist. She's supposedly a botanist, but seems to know a lot about a lot. She's kind of like almost like a hidden erudite, and so she's sitting over there, the secondary terminal that the ship has to offer. Is able to kind of like point out little bits of hot spots or whatnot that Graff's kind of like, he's a pretty good team player, but you know, it's one of those things like, I got this, but it's a good thing she pointed that out, you know, like, because it definitely does help.
I got to point out too, she can walk through walls, so don't hog the bathroom.
I never even,
If you're fucking around, you'll find out. All I'm saying.
why are men in the toilet for so long? Oh,
I'm playing my mobile games.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yep, there's a TV setup.
I
There's a
know
mini
for the
fridge with
same
beer.
fact, Wade is also in there.
I gotta finish my game of Risk.
Yeah.
Wait, Risk?
They're on their 17th losing game of solitaire.
No, we're playing pool actually.
Words with friends.
Literally playing Risk.
While
And
you guys are down on the planet side, you were dropped off with provisions. The shuttle was packed full of all the provisions you guys need to properly, comfortably house yourselves and stay alive during the significant amount of time you're going to be there. So when you guys land planet side, the first task that you have to take care of is, you know, all the explosives that are around that didn't go off. You made sure that they were inert. You made sure that it was safe. But, you know, Frait has to immediately go around. He spends the first week or so making sure to dismantle these very safely, very securely. Fortunately for him, he's not the only one that's good with explosives. Graff actually has an understanding of them as well, and so can help to clip these and take them away. Now, while Strix certainly knows his way around machinery, he has much more important things to take care of. Going over to that room that I mentioned beforehand, you guys rolled extremely well, so we unlocked an extra room inside of your base. He's setting up the cabling, the wires, making sure that power to this facility
I'm
is
playing
running
IT
correctly.
man.
He's playing IT man as well as electrician, as well as carpenter and mason. And you guys are able to spend some time down there. After you spend your initial time on the base, literally setting it up so that it's a much more comfortable setup for each of you instead of Borsha, inside the rooms and getting the life support and toiletries and everything running very well. Once you get all that fine-tuned, then it's a matter of spending some time in this area, on this planet, and getting to know the region around you. Now, as I told you forever ago when you came by this planet, this is, I think, a level 2 danger planet. Level 1 danger, if you're in your suit, you're fine. Level 2, you're fine for short periods of time, but eventually it builds up. Level 3, in short periods of time, you're at extreme risk. No, it's a level 3 planet. That's right. That's why even your ship is in danger here. So it's a level 3 planet. So even short periods of time outside of a ship in your suit can be very, very dangerous. So taking the shuttle and flying around this region, you're able to do quick little excursions into other broken down, blown out facilities. By going through those excursions, you're able to find all sorts of extra scrap and materials. Now, Pat, this is leading to your character's backstory. One man's trash is another man's treasure, right? You're able to find all sorts of stuff down there that might look like junk to the average person. But you're like, this has perfectly fine
Not to
XYZ.
me, baby.
Not to you, baby. Perfectly fine XYZ inside of it, or it can be broken down for its base materials, which can be used for. And so you put together all the supplies that you need and are able to make the repairs to your base to upgrade it as much as possible so it becomes this comfortable living space, focusing more on your room, as you said about 15 minutes ago, than you are everybody else, but making sure the base is very well set up. But also beyond that, Wade, to go to what you were talking about beforehand, there's a shit ton of stuff down here that can absolutely be broken down. And so when you're asking about whether or not you have supplies for fabricating, right off the bat, I'm going to allow your characters to go ahead and pick up, 65 plus 2d100 in Omnigel. Now, as for how much Omnigel that is, you get to choose who those rolling those d100s. Who would you like in chat to roll them? Who do you trust?
I think Uzu rolled a 100 earlier, so back-to-back 100 sounds likely.
Uzu's definitely not due for a good one, but I think Uzu rolled well for me last time, so we can go with Uzu. That's fine. What do you guys want for number 2? The team effort.
Uzu also just gave a ship of Theseus recently, so
Uzu, you're definitely in.
yep.
Let's see.
Someone else pick one.
Yeah,
Someone else
Rena.
give a ship of
Let's
Theseus.
do-
I'll pick you.
Let's do
Saying.
Zilt.
Zilt actually just did a shut up, Scott, get back on track. So
That's almost like ship of Theseus.
all right, let's see.
Pay to roll. Yeah, forensic. It's not beneath me. Do you know how much money I spent to keep Miranda alive? It's not less than $300.
All right,
US.
Zilt's bringing the
Fucking
heat.
Pog. Let's go, Zilt.
Oh, okay.
69.
I mean,
That should be an automatic 100.
I
just for
mean,
being a
I kind of
69.
agree. Fuck it, let's make it a 100.
So good. It's so good.
Hey, 69 equals 100. You heard it here
Your
first.
turn,
He
Uzu.
said it. He said it.
New rule.
So we're currently at 165. Oh my
90?
god! Oh my god! I did not
Wow.
expect this. Oh my god!
Easy rolls.
Oh my god!
go.
You're
If I did my
255.
math
guys are on
correctly, that's
fire.
255.
Yeah, on top of whatever you guys already had with you. So
24.
Needless to say, you had a significant amount of supplies that you can use to go ahead and start getting things together inside of your base for your characters, including the various upgrades and whatnot that you want to do. So right off the bat, Pat wanted to do an upgrade for, I don't know who here has a chest armor that takes slots, and if you have an open slot, but for every 20
Hi, I do.
For every 20 spent, Pat can get a party member plus 5 to your shields by giving you a shield capacitor upgrade. So anybody that
We
wants
all, well, at least I want that. I don't know Rena's armor. I know Xanastia's. I don't know Rena's armor. Messy, I don't remember what you have in yours.
Rena, do you have a set for your armor, or do you? I think you.
I
feel like you
actually
have a set.
don't. Or no, I do. I take that back. I have a survivor set.
Yeah, you have a specific set that does not take upgrades currently, and they were slowly making you armor. With all
Right.
of this stuff, they can absolutely make you armor right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we can. This is gonna be a thing because I've got to figure out the cost of crafting armor and the additional slots again.
I can do that
'Cause-
super fast.
Cool. So I don't remember what the maximum number of slots are for everything. Rena's helmet, I assume you don't want messed with. So you're just gonna want chest,
Correct.
arms, and legs.
Do you want
Is there
all that
Yeah.
fully specced out, Rena? And we'll keep the survivor set to either
Alright.
sell or do something else with later on. Okay, so hold on, Rena, do you wear medium or light armor?
It's well, I'm proficient with light and medium, so it doesn't matter.
I think your survivor set's medium. So let's kind of assume that. All right.
What's
so
your dex?
10.
16, 14?
20,
It's a 14.
You probably want
30,
medium.
40,
Okay, let's go with
50,
medium.
60, 62, 64 to make her arms, legs, and chest all with full upgrade slots. I'm going to do that math one more time. 20, 40, 50,
Wait, I have
60,
a question.
64. Yes, sir.
Well, maybe Scott can help with this too. For my arms, it says that I have a slot filled, and I don't know what mod slot I would have had. And I don't have it
You
written
should have a
down.
list of your mods somewhere, right?
Yeah, but I don't see what's in my arms.
That's great.
You probably have nothing in your arms right now. I know there was
On
an
my
upgrade you were
sheet, it
thinking
says
about
one of
putting.
one, but
Okay, there was a. This is why I was talking to you beforehand about saying, "Hey Pat, didn't you have something for like melee attacks inside your arms?" I'm gonna click for a second on your sheet. So
Okay, go
on
ahead.
your arms down here.
also, do you want to check my? I put my 2 new spells. I don't want to reveal what they are, but I put them on the list here. I don't know if I did it right. If you want to
over
just
in
double check
powers?
it in time. Yeah.
Okay, I see it.
I put on the quick sheet on the front on the core.
Oh, there as well. Sorry.
I don't know if I did it correctly.
Let's talk after the stream.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because well, I don't think it'll matter right now. All right, going back to your actual equipment here, Pat. So you have
Is it grip
the
placement?
you have the assault greaves, but I don't think you're wearing those anymore. I think you took them off, didn't you? Or are you still wearing
No,
those?
those are the legs.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Nope. You are still wearing
Because
those.
those give me
Speed.
movement speed, 4-meter speed.
You have the Razad. You have training. You have the that's fine. Large Murdoch system. +1 grip placement. Electrical handle. That's all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm keeping all my notes in N7, which is weird that I'm doing it. I've been meaning to bring it over. I don't know what I have in my arms.
What's this EC counter? I feel like that might be what it was.
Messi,
EC
can you let me
counter
know
is
your
That's the thing that
armors?
I wanted. Oh,
No, no.
but I don't.
You put it
You
on there.
DM me.
You put it on there.
Did I? Is that the one?
Blueprints
think
on
I-
shotgun that spreads to nanobots, schematics for zoom, night vision, and mod for.
Yeah, those are the
which one?
things that I wanted to buy, and the EC counter was one that you and I didn't talk about whether I bought it or
You
not.
bought it.
Oh, that's right, I did buy it.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
you put it
Okay,
into your
so that's
arms.
yeah, okay.
So you have that. So whenever you are hit with a melee attack, they take
Yeah.
damage.
It just displays. Yeah, I remember
Yep.
that.
So
Okay.
you have one arm slot taken. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So your
Cool.
arms, I think, are currently full.
I'll
right.
still make the shields if I can, because I might.
Sure. So right off the bat, 64 Wade, coming off of your
For
total-
what pieces? Can you tell me the per piece breakdown on that?
Oh yeah, if you need that, it's going to be 30. Sorry, 20 for the chest, 22 for the arms, and 22 for the legs.
Okay, how much would a helm be with 3 slots?
She won't be wearing that.
I know.
But
I'm just asking in general.
25.
Thank you.
Okay, you're keeping it down for quicker find in the future. Got you. Cool. So 64 already spent right off the bat. Wade, you're taking a chest enhancement. Pat's making one for himself, and I assume we're making one for Rena to increase everybody's shields by 5. Messy, can you wear that, or are you wearing a special suit of armor?
I'm wearing scavenger's armor right now.
Yep.
But I have a light set that I'm not wearing that has mod slots but no mods.
Do you want to make a mod for that right now, or no, because you're happy with your scavenger armor?
I'm happy with the scavenger at the moment.
Cool. So
What's the bonus they
Wade,
give?
that's going to be 60 spent on just
Technically, I think I made a night vision mod for Messi. He just didn't want it at the time.
It's his helmet.
I'm wearing it. Yeah. It's
Oh,
my
you
helmet.
are?
My
Okay.
helmet's the only
It
thing
was like
that's
I remember
custom.
making it for you.
That's why his vision's green.
How
It's
many
'cause night
slots
vision's
are in
green.
your helm, Messi? Just the one?
I think I have one left.
Yeah.
So you had a
I
2
think
slot
that's
helm?
how I
That
noted
makes
it.
sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Cool.
also have 1 slot left in my helmet.
So 60 and 64 is 124 spent. That's about half of what you guys just received. What other items would you be crafting?
What was
A
the
friend.
60 and 64? Let me keep track of this. 64
60
was
for Rena's
Rena
armor. 64 was Rena's armor. 60 was for you 3 to have the shields upgrades.
for the chest.
Yep.
We also have the same thing for arms to increase shields. I think for at least Messi and or at least Strix and Graff, maybe for Rena's character, it would make sense to have the extra 5 shields and arms, unless there's something else she wants for
Ouch.
that.
Did you finish
would be
Zoom
nice.
Enhance, Pat?
I did.
All
I
right,
made it
Rena,
for Messi.
Rena, you were saying?
No, Zoom Enhance was for me.
Oh, it was for you.
Saying the
Messi didn't need it
extra
for a sniper.
shields
I'm done.
would be
Yeah.
nice.
So for the arm slot as well?
Yeah, how many do I have total?
If
right
I'm
now it's
making
10.
you,
I have
if I'm
10
making
open.
you this stuff, you're going to have. Do you have any slots in your helm? Is your helm customized? No slots.
No, the helmet I cannot
Okay.
do
So
anything.
you're gonna
to.
have, I think, 3 in your chest, 2 in your arms, 2 in your legs.
So
But mods
the
are
one in the
piece
arms
specific.
is going to be 20 per as well. Who can take those? Yes, Pat.
So I have
Can-
7. Why did he say 10?
Can Wade upgrade my arms to put one more slot in it?
No, he has to make you a whole new set of arms, and for you'd have to physically take that other mod out of your arms, which is a check. And if you fail, you ruin the old arms and you ruin the mod.
So yes, but you'd have to either get a new mod or be really. What's the?
I
what
might
do
just
you have in
keep
there?
the arms, honestly.
The
And if you
mod
could
is
just get,
it's a one he couldn't get the schematic for. He had to buy it.
yeah,
What do you remember what it was called?
called the EC counter.
EC counter. It's a big one. It's an expensive one.
That's a rare one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 22,000.
How many
It's a
slots do you have
DC
in your arm? Should be 2, right?
It's a
I have-
DC 20.
It says that I have 1, but maybe I did it wrong.
It's a DC 20 engineering check to pull that out.
You got me a 3 slot helmet, a 2 chest, and it says that I got 1 arms.
Yep.
Okay, so that means
that's
you've
all
used your
correct.
only. So it's up to you. I can make you a 2-slot arms, but you'd have to make the check to try to remove that schematic.
Pat,
What-
a
what's the check?
combination of Wade and
20
you
engineering.
working together and time spent, I will give you advantage to try to pass that. But
Yeah,
it
that's
is
fine.
a DC 20.
That's fine. I've got lucky.
You're welcome to attempt that if you would like.
Yeah, that's fine. You want me to make that now?
Yep. To
Yeah,
to
'cause
make
that's
sure
going to
that,
determine our cost here.
You said I'd have advantage on this?
and Wade, take away 60 for 3 arm shield capacities to be made.
Got it.
Okay, so I assume you're gonna lucky that.
Yeah, we'll lucky that. Oh, wait, would it be me doing it or would it be Wade doing it? The engineering on it?
I'm having you roll. That's fine.
Okay.
I think you have a higher roll.
Well, I
anyways.
did it again,
Okay,
did
you
it.
pass.
Well, I did it with. Should I re-roll that because it re-rolled with advantage?
Oh,
It's
fuck
lucky,
me, it did.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you for being honest. Oh, you passed.
still
All
good.
right, good. Oh,
Cool.
thank God. Okay.
So,
I'll take the 20. I'll
how
take the
much?
12.
He got his mod out, Scott. I'm going to
Mhm.
craft arms for 22.
Yep.
What do we get from breaking down his other arms? That
I
have
will give
2
you that answer in a
mods?
minute. Let's keep
Thank
doing
you.
the spending, and I'll look that up in this side. Okay.
Cool.
So back to you took 60 for everybody for the 3 of them to have the arms upgrades. Any other upgrades we're putting into our characters?
Heavy arms, Wade, if possible.
Yeah, they
Not
will be.
that I mean, I have to look at the mods and stuff, so that'll take me some time. But for now,
Well, we
I'll
only have
use-
so many known
Offline.
schematics. We have the thermal
Yeah.
armor mod, which we can create at half cost. We have shotgun spreads nanobots. I'm assuming that's a pad exclusive one. We have
No, I
night
just
vision
know
and we have
that
zoom
schematic.
enhance.
I mean, I have the shotgun, so I mean, if you guys want to carry the ruse out, I guess you guys could.
I'm just saying we have that schematic. We also have night vision and zoom enhanced schematics, Rena. So those are
the
our
night
only
vision
options.
might be interesting.
Unfortunately, Rena can't wear those because she.
Oh, that's a
she
helmet
can't, those
specific.
are
Yeah,
both-
those are helmet specific. So really,
Yeah.
for you, it would just be if you want your other chest mod to be thermal armor. If you don't want it to be thermal armor, then you can just save it.
That'd be cool. Thermal armor makes it
I
so
mean,
you
it
can't be
could.
frozen.
Yeah, and I know that cryoblast.
Yeah, if you can't be frozen, that means that like you can be much safer in cold environments.
Yeah, I'll take it. Why not?
Okay, thermal we create at half cost. So what's the normal cost of thermal?
35,000. So that's
Oof.
70 gel, but you do that at 35 gel.
Jesus. Okay.
So 35 gel spent there. Wade, you got back 3 from arms.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Cool. What are we looking
So
at for numbers?
How many does that take away from chest?
Okay.
Three?
So 64 for your armor. You would have
spent
in your
2 on
armor.
chest.
You would have the shield. What is it? Battery or capacity, whichever one's for chest. I forget which one.
Yep.
And you will have the thermal mod. So your chest will be full.
Well, full. She has two currently in her chest.
Does the chest hold 3?
Holds 3.
Chest holds 3, legs and arms hold 2.
Correct.
Your helmet can't have any. So you're gonna have 2 free in your arms, 2 free in your legs.
What's the
free
other
in
one
your
I
chest.
have? I have the thermal mod and what?
Let me look it up. It's either shield capacity or shield battery. One of them is chest.
Oh,
one of
right,
them
the
is arms.
shield one. That's right.
Shield capacity is in your arms, so shield battery is in your chest.
Okay.
Scott, is it
Um,
okay if I just like assume that I'm gonna be like slotting this all? I'm just trying to keep it on my character sheet on like what I've got.
Messi, I'm doing
Yeah.
nothing for you, so you should only have whatever your scavenger armor does plus the, or was it called thermal, night vision, something in your helmet.
I'm going to make a
no
suggestion,
change.
by the way, in a second after you're done. Wade, go ahead.
Looking at my character, I would probably let me count how much we've used. We've used 64 and 60. It's 124. 184 plus 22 is 206 plus 35 is 241 that we've used.
Yep. Out of your 255 you just gained.
241. But we got 3 of that back, so that's 238.
Okay.
Out of 255. What that leaves us with 17 plus the 24.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm gonna make a suggestion here, and this is an easy mod. It's literally a common mod, so Pat knows these for everybody. I know it sounds plebeian, but hear me out. It only takes 12 metagel per person to make. It's called Enviro Systems. As a free action, you can gain the water breathing ability and it's the ability to breathe indefinitely in zero oxygen environments for the next 24 hours. So no longer do you have to worry about those 2-hour time slots and then having to go back and so on and so forth. This allows you to get 24 hours of breathing. It says if you're not wearing a helmet, it creates a suitable hardened light helmet that equalizes like pressure around your head. So it's like if you ever played the Mass Effect games, you see that like, weird helmet appears around what's her name? The blue chicks. What's her name? Yasari girl. That's in all 3 of them. Shadow Broker. Liara.
Liara?
It appears around Liara's head.
In the actual game. Sorry, I'm doing that.
It appears around her head in I think the later games. So it more or less allows you to have pressure. So something like this gives you 24 hours without oxygen. So like Wade floating around in space wouldn't be as dangerous. I mean, he was still inside of, like a terrible cloud, but of debris. But you could survive in space for the sake of oxygen for long periods of time, which is very nice. So I would suggest this at 12 metagel each. Omnigel each. It's up to you whether or not you actually want to do that or if you care to get something else. For those of you that are carrying a lot of weapons, back holsters are always nice because it gives you 2 extra weapon slots or a single weapon slot if it's a bigger weapon. So I don't think this matters so much for all of you. I think it's more of a Wade/Messy thing. But because Pat doesn't even put his hammer away, he just holds it. He's like, I don't care about weapons. Let's just have it in my hand.
My armor's
battery,
solid.
like,
The only downside is
to
I
my
need
back.
to make better arms for my character. I've only got 1 mod slot in the arms before I put this one in, or I can just take the one for the arms for now. Other than that, my other ones are good. I think that is a useful one, and breathing could come in handy. So I'm not opposed to that.
I especially think that makes sense for Rena's character, who's supposed to be the explorer of the crew. That makes like a lot of sense for her to put on her.
We don't have access to our full tank of Omnigel, right? The one that was on the other ship.
That's on the other ship, yeah. But but at least you'll have it with you when you're there.
Yeah. So we have to decide whether I make the arms or we make those mods.
What was the arms?
A +2 slot instead of a +1 that I have.
For who?
Me.
For him.
Oh, I would wait on that. Just do the
We
do
can
the
make
other.
this, so yeah, I suppose that's true. We can just make this mod.
Yeah. How many spots do you have left? How many gel do you have left?
We have 41 total. I
For
we
what
would
it's
have
worth,
44
I
if
have-
I broke down my arms.
I have 3 on me.
well, doing this chest thing, which again, ignoring Messy for now,
We'll take 36 of the 41, leave us with 5.
we leave it at 5. And to do a 3-slot arms, you need 22. Now, what else can you break down to get that? You would get 3 more to get. So sorry, you had 5 left over. We said. So you need to fabricate. What would that be? 17, right?
Technically, Wade. Technically, we could scrap this Prothean pistol I have if you really. We can
I have
like-
a helmet to break down, and I have an M8 Avenger to break down.
As I said, we can start scrapping our gear to get more. I mean, we're min maxing right now.
No, no,
I don't wanna-
no. That's what it's for. That's what it's for.
Yeah.
An M8 Avenger goes for 6 Omnigel.
Unless Rena would like it, it's a pistol I will never use. I'm gonna be
Helmet
honest.
with 1 slot equals 3.
Even it doesn't matter how many slots there. If it doesn't matter how many slots there is, it's still 3.
Okay.
Hold on. So I'm just gonna roll this to see. So it's got double tap, light burst, fire, and vented. Rena, if you want this pistol, I don't use it. I think I've used it literally once.
I'm pretty sure it's better than what I have currently.
What's your pistol,
Which
Rena?
is just well, I have the arc pistol. Oh, well, that does lightning,
Yeah,
which is pretty cool.
and this one does force, which is also pretty cool.
So we'd be up to 53 if I broke my
Comparable.
arms down. 36. At least
Is that
is
counting
Shot
the
it?
3? If you're taking my 3 I have on me, I'll take it off my sheet.
from your Prothean pistol? No, I don't want
No,
to
I have 3 metagel. Not metagel.
Oh, Omnigel? I don't like
Pat,
taking them off
you
your
can
person,
totally, because
though.
Rena, you can carry 4 slots on you. Your sniper rifle, because you have a sniper, yeah?
No.
Rena,
Oh.
what do you have for
No,
weapons,
I
Rena?
have the M96 Matic
Oh, that's
I
right.
think
You
it's
have
a
so your assault rifle takes 2,
assault rifle.
and then you have a pistol that takes 1, so that's 3. You can actually just take Pat's pistol and have 2 pistols, so you have force damage,
Yeah, I could have the
piercing damage, and lightning damage all in your guns.
So if you
Okay.
want, I'm sure Scott can move this pistol to your character sheet if you'd like.
Yeah, why not?
Because
Well, Rita,
Scott.
can you look at his character sheet? Hold on, let me just make sure you
Okay,
can.
so if
I don't know if I can. Let me
you
see.
can, so go ahead, I'll pop on his character sheet and just copy the details over. Go ahead, Wade.
I take the 3 Omni gel off of Pat and myself, like the ones we're carrying as
Yep,
extras
so
on our
6.
suits,
Yep.
that gets us to 59. 59 out of 36 leaves us with 23, right? So that would actually be 1 extra.
Yep. So you just give the 1 extra back to
Okay.
leave it on yourself so you can use it to
Pat,
fabricate.
take the
grenades.
3 off your character sheet. I will take the 3 off my
My
character
character
sheet.
sheet's
two.
glitched right
Both of
now,
you
but I'll
are
let Rena get
The
done with what
Prothean
she's doing.
pistol?
Prothean
ma'am.
pistol, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Because
I will take this down to
Scott can agree.
1.
I've used this maybe once. I typically use the Ruzot if I need to.
Yep.
Because I can one hand shoot that, or I use my hammer.
All right, chat, let me sum this up for you guys. With the months that went by, what more or less what their characters did was after they got into the base and they started getting familiar, getting comfortable with what's inside the base, they got rid of all the explosives, put those to the side. We're going to get to those in a minute. They got rid of all the explosives and they put those to the side to make sure that they're not going to accidentally go off, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And those are themselves more supplies that the party has. Now, theoretically, they could break those down into Omnigel, but I think they can write down explosive supplies onto some notepad somewhere, and they're going to do something more fun with that later on. The other thing that they did was they did little excursions out into the dangerous areas of the planet nearby where their base is. Little short stints because it's difficult flying the ship here. Sending, I imagine a combination of Strix and what's her name, Larrea? Oh, Messy, turn off his camera, screw up the overlay. All right, so what is it? Taking Strix and Larrea, the toughest one and the most exploring one, so the one that's best in the environments, and the 2 of them going in, making their way into these different systems or caves or the ruins that are left behind from the explosives that went off. In scenarios like this, it's going to be where the characters really gets familiar with one another and can really learn to trust one another. A combination of her ability to just navigate the environment even without being able to see anything, just using the scans and whatnot that she has, plus her ability to just kind of analyze the ruins that they come across to see what's worth their time going into and what isn't, is going to merit not to mention her steadfast nature and ability to keep cool under the literal fire of this planet as she's pouring sweat and very uncomfortable, is going to merit a lot of respect from Strix, as she's just like kind of in her own element, being out in horrible elements with the excitement of, kind of a spelunking or excavating or whatnot being there. Who knows? There could be some sort of flora that exists inside these caves as well that she might be able to find. Strix, on the other hand, if she had any question in her mind about the tenacity and the sheer brute strength of a Krogan, that is all completely belayed now. Watching how she's like, I don't think we're going to be able to get into that cave. It's a couple meters thick. And he's like, ha, 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 and goes over and just starts smashing through stone and making their way into areas that she thought maybe we couldn't get into, and then finding the treasure trove therein. And when I say treasure trove, I don't mean she thinks it's a treasure trove. Certainly there's things that pique her interest, but watching him and his childlike nature as he's digging through like the debris and the trash and just finding all sorts of electronics, circuitry, or even just like raw materials like broken bits of metal and whatnot that are around, and finding value and finding uses for this back at their base. It's, again, awe-inspiring for somebody like her. She sees how strong and tenacious Strix is, but also how brilliant and creative he can be when he's outside of that dangerous element, and he can really just kind of be himself and get into his own mind, usually listening to some Hemlock music in the background. So anyways, that's one of those like really cool team building things that happens between their characters. Most of the time, I imagine Frait is not going to go on these excursions. He's neither a particularly tough or tenacious, nor is he the most skilled inside these horrible environments or breaking into or out of them. Instead, which Frait would spend a lot of time doing is being, as Pat made the joke earlier, the IT guy. setting up lots of servers, setting up the wiring, all like the actual system setting up over there, making sure the computers are online, getting terminals working. Strix finds the stuff, gets it working again, and Frait, is able to set everything up, including piecing together the spot for their server to be relocated to here. And as a question for supplies, not only did Hemlock drop you off supplies, at one point in time during your time here, there would be a delivery service sent over from Akome, where not only would the server be brought back over, and tad of RP about that in 1 second, she would also be dropping off a resuppliance for your team, so you'd have more food and whatnot, so you'd be able to comfortably stay there. That does mean she is now aware of where your location is, but I think she's in the further edges of trusted persons, so it's not such a big deal that she knows that your location is there. As for a little bit of RP, one of the things that she would say, she would inform you is, let's just say that those that I was working for, the ones that were housing this for you, they weren't happy to see that it was taken away so quickly. So I'm sure you'll be ecstatic to know they likely weren't able to get in. And that, of course, that goes against, you guys were like, I thought it was supposed to be secure. Anyways, the server is back with you, and a Frait is able to set that up at the base. Not get it online, just enough power to keep it so that no data gets, corrupted or whatever it is. But I imagine you don't want to just flick the switch and have, that whole Prothean architecture right there. Maybe not the best idea at the moment. But Frait spends his time doing that. Graff, on the other hand, is able to do a combination of a bunch of different things. Not only is he helping to fabricate the bits of armor, putting in mods, taking them out, also stuff like that, getting his own space comfortable. He also works pretty hand-in-hand with Strix, the two of them really opening up this shuttle and looking at the work that was done to it, really cleaning out different areas, doing some small upgrades or what have you to it, getting the hull all the way up to full capacity, and getting familiar with how it is they work around each other, actually making a much stronger bond on how it is they work on ships and spacecraft in general. They have kind of like an unspoken understanding of who has what responsibilities. If you've ever worked on a car or some sort of project with a friend or family member before, you know that people just kind of fall into roles. My role is I press the brake while Dad's, actually doing the actual stuff. That kind of a thing, right? So the two of them are able to form a stronger bond around that sort of area. But also, Graff and Frait are able to set up along a longer corridor, a longer empty corridor that they have inside of their base, a nice little shooting range. Not a proper shooting range that is an upgrade that you can get to a ship or a base, but a nice little area where you guys can actually spend some time in target practicing and getting familiar with one another. This is important because if one of your characters has a weapon that you're not proficient in, but you want to gain proficiency in that, you can actually turn to the other party members that are proficient in it, and they can start training you in having proficiency in that weapon. Example, Strix can't use an assault rifle. He just can't. However, if he spends a significant amount of time with Larrea and Graff over in the shooting range, he can invest the hours to eventually gain proficiency in an assault rifle. And then he can have, there are a bunch of assault rifles that exist in the game that allow you to use strength instead of dex. They're just shorter range assault rifles, but much better range than he has now. So stuff like that becomes an option. But most importantly, your characters, like a combination of avoiding each other because of like small little inter-party aggravations, or laughing and joking over way too much wine, beer, whatever, and a couple of really good meals. There's a lot of like budding friendship that happens as all of you are not constantly in danger and don't have a crazy time pressure on you as you spend literal months together inside of a relatively small environment. Now, it's not tiny. You could spend an entire day without looking at each other if you actively tried to do so. But unless you did that, you are going to see each other throughout the day, every day. And this really helps to further set the seeds and nurture them that were already put in place. Speaking of seeds, Rena, why don't you go ahead and roll me a science check real quick?
Okay, hang on. Sorry. I was doing stuff on my sheet.
All right.
I was like, it's not great, but then I realized I get a +9.
You want to luck it to get over a 20?
I guess we could like see if we have any.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay. I roll max.
Well, you beat a 23 was the highest tier I was accepting on this, which wasn't too hard for you to get your hands on. But so the highest tier, you actually hit a 23. And so
Nice.
Rena, you're actually able to find amongst your supplies, so leveling it up a little bit, you're actually able to find amongst your supplies that you do have the seeds of a planet, a plant's not from this planet, it's from
You
another
have the
world
seeds
far,
of a planet.
far away from here, a plant from far away from here that would actually be able to grow inside of the environment that happens here, which tends to be a bit more hot and arid in this environment, which is Freight's happiness. He loves this place. So it's a warmer, more arid environment, and you have a plant that grows here very, very well. Moreover, it doesn't just grow; it has a nice fragrance to it, which is nice for everybody. It makes the air have a slightly better it makes the air start getting a bit cooler and whatnot for all of you, and it adds a bit of ambiance to the base. The 23 means that over the course of that time, you don't just find viable seeds. You also happen to have the basic supplies. We're able to fabricate the basic supplies to allow this to grow very well over this period of time.
go.
So the base
Plants start showing up everywhere.
well, so I was just saying, so the base itself is growing extremely well, and this is important because like if you spend long periods of time in an area that isn't surrounded by people, that isn't extremely comfortable, the stress levels do build up on your characters. That's something that happens whether if you're staying in your base or if you're staying on your ship for long periods of time. And so by adding the plants to this, it's busy work that kind of keeps you distracted and happy, Rena. But even for those around you, it actually helps to alleviate some of the stress that they're coming into as well for spending these long months of being around one another. So kudos on that one there. Beyond that, however, your communications outside of this world don't exist. They just don't, because you can't send a signal beyond the storm clouds around the planet. It's one of the reasons why you like this place, is nobody can transmit in and out. Now, there might be a way to work your way around that in the future, but for today, you can't do so. So it is kind of radio silence this whole while. So you can imagine as we're coming into the game in a few moments that there's a bit of aggravation, but also, you know, a much stronger, almost like family bond or friends bonds happening amongst the crew here. The last thing rules-wise that we forgot to go over 10 minutes ago, whatever, Rena, you came across a piece of equipment that's pretty badass, and you wanted to be able to rip it out of what you had found. You want to be able to install it into something. What was that upgrade that you found? And the DC was 20, or is a chance of ruining everything?
Pulling up my notes. It is a kinetic compensator, I think.
What is it?
Is that right? A
Oh!
kinetic compensator. Is that right? Or is that a different mod?
Yes. So this is an armor
Oh no, the
mod.
20 check. I'm sorry, that's a different one.
This is the
So
armor
is
mod.
yeah, the other one that requires the
No,
engineer
it is
check.
called a kinetic compensator. That is the correct
Reactive kinetic compensator, is that the one?
one. Well, I'm doing a different one. There's a kinetic compensator. So kinetic compensator arena is yeah. So that's gonna be what you have. It's the
What about
Oh,
auto gel though?
no,
I
no,
thought
it is
that
the
was
auto
different.
gel one.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was like, I have written here mod auto gel.
So
Remove
the
the wrong
kinetic
one, it'll require
compensator you
DC
did
20.
find, you can absolutely put that into somebody's chest plate. The way it works is
Mhm.
once a day you turn a critical hit into a normal hit. So that is absolutely, you can have that.
It's cool.
And then the other one, the gel, what does that go into?
I don't
The
have a
auto
note
gel
for
takes
that.
a leg slot. Kinetic compensator would take her last chest slot.
I think she wanted the not the
No, I don't want this one. I want the kinetic compensator. If nobody else wants it.
wait, hold on, Rena. The kinetic compensator is once a day turns a critical hit into a regular hit. Don't forget,
Yeah.
you have barriers and whatnot that can help you, but
Mhm.
you also, I mean, you don't have to take this, but I was also suggesting for you the one that allows you the 24 hours of breathable air.
She has the 3
Is that
slot
the
chest
auto-gel
armor,
one?
so she could have shield battery, enviro systems, and she could have kinetic compensator. It would just take all 3 of her slots.
I thought you already had a second slot in your chest, Rena.
I have
battery and
thermal
system.
mod.
Yep, thermal mod.
Thermal mod. So she can't take kinetic compensator.
Oh, she has to take enviro or kinetic compensator.
Wait, what's the third one in the chest mod that I have? Because I
Shield
forgot to write it down.
battery,
Yeah, I have
thermal,
that. Thermal.
and then
yeah.
Enviro Systems is the one that allows you to like breathe oxygen in like
Oh.
zero
Is that
oxygen
chest mod? I thought
environments.
that was helmet.
I
that
mean, the
chest, I
chest mod
believe.
makes sense.
So that's your choice over which of those two you would want to have.
Okay.
Placement is chest for Enviro Systems. As a free action, you gain water breathing and the ability to breathe indefinitely in zero oxygen environments for the next 24 hours. If not wearing a helmet, the suit creates
No,
a
that's what
hard
I
light
want.
helmet that equalizes pressure around your head. So it
Oh,
doesn't
it's
go in
a
your
helmet
helmet because
mod.
No, it goes in your chest, but it will make a fake helmet to protect you from
Yeah,
like
God
these
forbid yours
environments.
came off. Yeah.
Weird. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, then oh, let me go back to my note.
If
So
I,
pick
if I were to
your
suggest
three favorites out of those four, I suppose.
if I were to suggest for the critical hit one, I would actually give it to Messi. He is dropped 3 times in this campaign, and he has the
Yeah.
lowest health points and the least way to reduce health points out of everybody. And if you can convert both a critical hit into a regular hit, as well as once a round reduce damage by half, it would give Messi much more survivability. However, it is your characters. You can do whatever you'd like.
No, you can take it. That's fine.
Messi is wearing scavenger armor. Messi, can you send me a list of what armor you have that you're not using? Or you already did you?
I did. Yeah.
You were saying the auto gel
Ross.
because it's like I use my reaction to spend.
That goes into
Metagel.
legs, and all of you guys, I believe, still have an open leg slot.
You had nothing in your legs, Rena, so auto gel would not mess with you because you'd still have one more slot in your legs.
Yep, that's a reaction, and this isn't
Only if you
limited.
guys are okay with me taking that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I
then
have a
will
way to
do
heal
that.
myself. Pat is tanky as fuck and hard to take down as it is.
I am.
So
Okay, so I have tactical blur, which I've not been using much, which would actually help my AC significantly. I also have uncanny dodge and evasion, so I have some ways of reducing damage. And then if I do go down, I have a way of possibly stabilizing myself. It's just a higher chance that I don't die when I'm down. On top of that, I do have tactical cloak, which I use often for offensively, but I could use it defensively as well. So I'm not saying I don't have a lot of options, because I do. My action economy is a little limited because of them, if I wanted to use them. Usually I use it for offense, but if I'm in a pickle, I can get out pretty easily. You don't need to worry about me.
Is there anybody else aside from Rena that would like to have the critical conversion?
I don't know what I want for my third chest slot yet. I've not really looked at chest slots, so if nothing else, we could just hang on to it for the time being. I think it's a great mod. I just don't know what the other options are before
I
we
don't
use
want it
it.
that bad. Yeah, that's fine. I think it
Can
should
Strix
probably
learn how to
it should
make
go
one?
to him.
In theory, he could, just not right now. Yep. Okay, cool. And then I do think that the auto gel is good for anybody to have. That is a very useful one. It's as a reaction, you can meta gel. That's great for literally anybody. So, Rena, you're welcome. That's the one that requires a DC 20 to install, though. So, Rena, you have no leg slots, yes? I think it's the safest way.
I'm taking the. Wait, who's taking the auto gel? Am I?
You are.
Nobody yet, but
Oh, I thought she
because,
was.
as a reminder
Oh,
to
what?
everybody what I said last session, you have to put a DC 20 check to put that into the legs. If you fail that check, it's the
Oh, that's
opposite of
right.
the normal rules. So putting it into Rena's legs has the lowest chance of anything bad happening, because if you fail, it just breaks empty legs. It doesn't break other mods as well.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So I would suggest putting it into Rena's legs.
Auto gel.
Yep, it's a DC 20. It's an engineering check. Wade, you're welcome to roll that. And as I said beforehand, if you get somebody to assist you, and because normally you can't do this, but because you have literally months, you're welcome to make this roll with advantage.
Advantage engineering.
Yes, sir.
DC 20.
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Pass. Cool. So, Rena, you have auto gel into your
Thank you.
modded into your legs, and then the other mods that go into your legs will not require a check. They will just work fine. Okay. Cool.
Yep,
And then the
sounds good.
kinetic barrier one, you're going to hold on to. That's the once a day converter critical into a regular. So you'll hold on to that for now. And I think that's it for all of that stuffs. Oh, and the Prothean sniper rifle. Did we want
Yes, you
to
would have to
attempt?
fix it.
No, the Prothean sniper rifle. It has the mods and whatnot in
Prothean
it.
sniper rifle?
I have the collector sniper rifle written down. I don't have
I'm
the
sorry, I meant
Prothean.
the Prothean sniper. Is that the collector sniper rifle? Is what I meant. Yeah.
Not the Prothean. Okay, I was gonna say, is there a Prothean sniper?
Sorry,
Okay.
I meant the
Collector one.
collector one.
I don't know if any of us are going to use it, but we might fix it up and sell it, which I think would be a messy roll since he's the weapons dude.
Yeah,
So
I can
is
do
that not what you kept for your character as like story stuffs, or did you just keep like a broken assault rifle?
I kept like just a broken
Cool.
rifle. You gave us that one, and then my character had just taken one that was broken as like a memento.
I'm not going to argue with it all. Sounds
Be right
great.
back.
So messy, is this something that your character? It's a D12. Its range is 180 normally. It uses vented
yeah.
instead of the other stuff. It is burst fire. Instead of 4 heat, because of its enhancement, it's 6 heat, so it can technically burst twice or shoot 6 times. And then the other mod, I don't remember. Go ahead.
My Geth one that we got is already a 2d8, which is
better.
much better than a 1d12.
Yep.
So I was gonna stick with that.
Cool. So do you want to try to sell the collector sniper rifle?
Yeah, if no one wants it, yeah, absolutely. If we can't take the mods out easily, because the precision scope actually was a little interesting. I don't know what I would put it on, but it would be a nice to have thing.
I mean,
Looks like it's fairly cheap.
could I roll to take it out?
What the
If it
mods?
risks
Yeah.
blowing up the weapon, then probably not. But
It does. Anytime you remove a mod, it's a DC 20, and if you fail, you ruin both the mod and the weapon. But
Right.
it's a DC 20. Who has the weapons tool proficiency?
me,
That's you.
I don't think I'd want to rip the mod off it because it's a pretty cheap mod. So I could just go get one. It's not the end of the world. I think this would sell for a lot more if it was working. So I think I would just work on repairing it and then try to get rid of it.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. I'm just trying to see how much those mods cost. There's the precision scope is worth 10,000, and then the
Right.
magazine's 8, so it's 18, and then the weapon normally is so it's 18, 40, 50, 4,500 or so. Is the
Well, we
purchase
probably sell
value
for half.
selling would be usually half,
Yeah.
but you can because it's a collector one. Ha ha ha.
Well-
You could potentially sell it for more.
Yeah,
So-
I think getting 25k for it is a fair deal for us.
Yep.
For what essentially was a free loot. Sounds really nice.
Messy, do you
That's
have
like a
Omni
mission's
Gel on
worth
your
of money.
character? Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
If you have Omni Gel on your character, fixing a
You see how
broken
much?
weapon costs 2 Omni Gel. And
I have 3, so I could do that.
oh, sorry. Salvaging. No, it's a weapon mod. My apologies. Repair consumes 2 Omni Gel.
Okay, I just took it off. No rolls.
No rolls needed. It's fixed. Now, as for selling it, do you want to try to sell it to Arcome, who is somebody who might actually be interested in something like this, or do you want to hold on to it and deal with this season 3, season 4?
No, I can sell it to Arcome right away. That's fine.
This is going to be a diplomacy check for you. Sorry, persuasion check for you, and you do still have your once a day feature from your.
Yeah, I was
Paragon.
gonna ask. I was gonna ask if those scores changed at all, but all right.
Yeah, after the end of the season, and the fact that you guys only did anything Paragon, you did 0 Renegade anything. It would be plus 2 more Paragon for the party.
Okay, so we're at 27 to 7, I
Mhm.
think, but same abilities then. Okay. All right.
That
So
usually
wait,
doesn't
what does
go
the
up to, like,
ability
level
do
10 or
again?
something. I'm sorry.
Which ability is this?
You get a
What's the
D6
name
on
of the ability?
persuasion checks, I think.
D6.
D6. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll roll that. I'll roll persuasion. I'll add the D6 after.
Go ahead.
Come
Oh,
on.
oh boy. Maybe we should have had Pat try to sell it.
Hey,
boy.
Rena,
I
you
do
there?
have a +2 to persuasion and intimidation checks.
Rena, did you already
Yeah,
use
what's
your free 18?
You asking me for my 18?
Did you already use it?
Of course not. What do you want this for?
More or less,
Selling a weapon for credits.
he's selling to Arcome, and he just sounds like an absolute idiot. And you're just gonna kind of lean in
You could
and
say
Did you
just
talk
take
to a woman
over.
ever?
No, I went to an all-boys school.
Damn.
Can I have your 18, please?
Yeah, okay, fine. You can have the
Alright.
18.
That gets you to
So
25.
that's a 25. I'll add the D6. 6, nice.
So this is a critical success. That means when you roll your D100, you get a plus 50 on this.
Wait, do we roll it or does Chad roll it? I don't remember.
You're gonna ask somebody in chat to roll it. Who do you trust?
All right, and we get to add 50.
Yep, on top of whatever you roll.
God. All right, who's feeling lucky? Who do we see? Snaga's asking me who do I trust, so I instantly not you, Snaga. That's who. Who do you trust? Oof, not you either, Rosin. Unless you trust no one.
Snaga has a praise the goddess that he didn't end up using.
Oh, that's nice.
He pinged it, and then what he requested didn't really make sense.
They took it
and
back?
so no, it's still
Yeesh.
spent, you know, but
All right, well, we already got that, so
Is
let me
praise
try to
the
get
goddess
someone.
the non-reaper one, or is that blessings of the goddess?
praise is the not the anti reaper. Yeah.
Not the anterior. You know what?
Yeah, you
I don't
just tell me
recognize
when
the
you
name.
want to use it, Snaga. Huh?
I don't recognize the name, so I'll give it to. I'll give it to. I'll give it to Forensically Inclined. I've never heard of them before. New face.
Wow. How
Oh
gracious
wow!
of you.
You really say
Yeah.
really?
What? Why?
Last time you get an
Forensic.
NPC list.
Yeah, forensic. I told you I already took credit for it.
Messi, did you see a name that you didn't know how to pronounce, so you changed it last minute?
No,
Yeah,
I just.
that's what I was.
I was
Miko.
scrolling through chat
I was thinking it was
and I saw
Miko.
Same.
I saw the only people that I didn't recognize the name of
100%.
were
I was like, he's
subs.
definitely talking about Miko right now, and then he's
They
like
were subs of-
forensic.
No, I was looking at Rossman, but they've been here.
Yeah.
Rasmus? Yeah.
Yeah,
Rossman's
'cause
been
they're
here for a long time.
3-month sub. So I was like, oh, 3-month sub.
Yeah,
I can't
Forensic.
roll forward the 3-month sub. Then I was like, Forensic made that whole sheet for us, so
Yeah,
I should
Forensic,
make fun
D100.
of Forensic. Yes, D100, please.
Higher the better.
All right, that's 108
108.
total. When you have a +8, let's see, it's either a huge discount, so completely enthralled by. So this is what ends up happening for you because you got over 100, which is the highest you can get, right? Not only is she's going to take this thing and she's going to be like, huh, collector piece, huh? I actually think I know somebody who might be willing to buy this off me. And she offers you full value for it, which is the 50. What did I just tell you it was?
50 something. I'll take 50.
It was 50 +8, so 54,000. So just call it 55,000 credits.
All right.
So she gives you the 55,000 credits and says, I think I know somebody who'd be interested in this. Really have interest in these sorts of things. Listen, if I could turn a profit off of it, maybe I'll think about buying some more collector stuff off of you later on if you find it.
Yeah, I can hold on to some stuff.
She takes the piece and looks it over and says, you even gave it a once over. Good work.
Yeah, everything's operational. Mods look good. Nice weapon.
When you say
More
that,
of a wall piece though.
because she was like speaking like to the people around, but when you respond, she actually gives you kind of a quizzical look and says, you're the one that did this.
Well, I didn't make it. I just fixed it. Genuine.
She takes a moment and she puts the gun back down and pulls another one off of her back.
She
so that
says,
you
fix
can...
this, and shoots you.
And she says, what do you think of this weapon right here? Messi, you can go ahead and roll me a with advantage. You can go ahead and roll me, I think it's a history check.
All right. Oh, even better. Wait, what? Wait, what? What?
I know, I see it too.
What the fuck? That's so annoying.
Yeah.
Should
What
be
do
a
you see?
19, damn it. I rolled a 17, and it gave me a 17 with my +2.
Oh, I
Makes
do
no
see that.
sense.
Yeah.
Well, because I think it was a 15, but then the 14.
It was a
bumped
15,
it.
and then the other one hit it, yeah. but
As we say in engineering, right,
stupid.
Pat? Nuts and bolts, nuts and bolts. You got screwed.
I like it.
Pat, you're in engineering? I didn't know
I
you
did
were.
engineering.
in college for 4 years.
Do you want to
Weren't you
luck it?
philosophy?
Yeah, I was engaged to an engineer actually.
Sure, yeah, I'll like it. Do we have a luck button? We do. What am I doing?
He's never been on LI before.
I'm like,
give
have
me
I
a
ever
moment.
been here before? There we. Shit, 19. It's fine.
You're able to pretty quickly identify that this is a Black Widow, but not the typical Widow sniper rifle.
Sheesh.
This isn't an M98 Widow. This is a Black Widow, which is explicitly a weapon that's made for Spectres. It only comes from their specific fabrication facilities, and this thing has been modded to shit. One shot of these things, if it's well placed, you're pretty sure it could even drop Strix.
Is she handing it to me, or is
She's
she
handing
just
it to you to
having
look it
at
over. Says, "What do you think of this?"
Okay, yeah, he'll take it, and just right away, as soon as it gets in his hands, he goes, "Damn, that is a fucking weapon." And he'll turn it over, like do the slide, like check it. I don't know what condition it's in, but he'll say, something like a Black Widow, M98 looks good. Where'd you get this?
This is a Black Widow, not the M98. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, the other way around.
She says, "Spoils of war," and then she'll reach to take it back from you.
Yeah, he'll give back. Wait, hold on. He'll say, is that a spare?
She'll give a little wry smile, and just like puts it back on her back, and says, "I might have work for you in the future. We'll talk later. You have your damn server,
Sounds good.
and I've got a gun. Take your credits, and we'll talk." And she leaves the world.
Yeah, keep in touch.
Ow.
Goes back to Strix. Strix, I talked to a girl.
Loggers.
Cool.
Fucking middle of
She
my
paid me
thought.
money.
Was she ghastly on your nethers?
The Frait actually was talking like that. Strix, I talked to a girl.
Loggers.
I didn't know
Maybe
they
I start-
could like communicate back and
I
stuff.
didn't know
what
they
to say.
exist.
I thought for
Instead of
days about what to
talking-
say.
Instead of talking all deep, he like kicks open the door and he's all like floaty and he starts singing. I talked to a woman.
I'm so proud of you.
He's now
Joins
a
in.
green M&M.
Joins in same tone and everything.
Yeah, we'll make it a Pixar special.
Yeah. Hold on. We can run performance and just see how good the dance is. It's ass. We look really stupid. We're tripping
Okay,
and
well,
falling
that's
over each
you.
other, but we're happy about
This
it.
is literally like there's an open fucking metal like grate and you guys dance and fall right into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not much better, brother.
Yeah, no, it looks pretty bad.
Hope no one can see.
You guys come out and just see us. We look like we're drunk and high and
I'm like, what are they doing?
yeah.
Making snow angels.
This is
Interpret
like
a
Strix
dance.
falls in the tunnel, starts to climb back up. Freight trips over the lid. It falls over, hits Strix on his way back out, and he falls again. And then
We find an
Freight falls
explosive
over the hole.
I've yet to disarm.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, Scott. Continue.
You're good, man. So, anyways, after all is said and done, so once these months go by, this inter-party responsibilities and whatnot go on, and honestly, the base is looking really good, or at least you would think that if you weren't stuck in it. You just need that the 10,000 foot perspective, but instead it's like 5 feet constantly at all points in time. You're kind of going a bit stir crazy. You're looking to get. Finally, a transmission actually comes through the radio. It's been 4.5 months that your characters have been trapped here. And finally, a transmission comes through, informing you that there is somebody like looking to come in for a landing. Now, your hangar isn't exactly huge, but it's certainly big enough to handle a couple of shuttles, if that's the case. So you're able to, kind of like prep everything, depressurize the hangar, go into the facility on the inside through your airlock, whatever it is, and then you're able to allow them to come into the hangar and land inside there. When finally they land, and this isn't like a question mark or who is this or what's going on. You were told beforehand that eventually you would get somebody would come and do a pickup for you. The pickup is going to be it's not Hemlock directly. Again, it's one of Hemlock's what are they called? Like VIs that are kind of like a copy or like a virtual copy of Hemlock himself, because Hemlock is not going to send its sapients all the way out here for a manual task. And so eventually the shuttle does land and informs you that you are able to leave, and it can transport you to where it is that you're going to go on to your new ship.
Who's talking to them?
This is Hemlock is informing you, or the Hemlock VI. So it's the lesser version of.
I mean, they're all lesser than me.
I assume we have the place like in a state where we can just leave it. We don't need to like monitor it.
No, not
But
in the least bit.
with no way to communicate to and from, is there anything we need to like be wary of? Like if the server's running Prothean stuff on it, or like any kind of code we collected, should we like turn it off?
You never turn that on fully. You make sure it has power so it doesn't corrupt data from not being properly maintained, but you never fully turned it online
Okay.
for safety.
Exciting.
Okay. Cool. Sorry. Where were we? It just arrived.
Getting the hell
Next
out of
thing.
here.
About time.
Yeah, I was about to draw a smiley face on this grenade and carry it around talking to it, but I guess I don't have to now.
I've been getting increasingly more worried about you.
Yeah, I don't like being stuck on the ground. Stuck in space is one thing for me. Stuck on the ground's another. I'd rather prefer to be on a ship than those happy memories as we had here. Fixing up nice, but I'm ready to get the fuck out. Plus, we have Kobayashi waiting for us, Omega waiting for us, and who knows what the fuck else. We got shit to do.
I imagine Larrea's the only one who like walks in and she's like all frazzled or whatever, her hair's up. She's got the same overall she's been like wearing for like and they
Forever.
look clean every time, but I think she's just got multiple pairs. She just like keeps cycling through the exact same ones. Anyway, she's got like some papers with her and of course a plant, because why not? And so she walks in and she's like, "Oh, are we leaving already? I was just getting started."
We've been here about 16 years. I think it's time to get out.
It's only been a few months. I
You
was
know, there's
making so
certain
much progress.
planets that have a distance from the sun where years are a little bit. Point being, it feels like longer to me. I need to be at the helm of a ship or
No,
to
that's
pull the pin on this fucking grenade.
okay. Let's not go that far. I can continue my research in space. Don't worry. I will go and get it. Then she just runs out.
Thank God, that was my first concern. Where the hell's Strix? Strix, time to go.
I'm handling a baby. You see him walking around with like a makeshift engine.
Where the fuck did you even find an engine here? Whatever, doesn't matter.
It's my baby.
Built it.
The thought of you being a parent's the most terrifying thing I can think of, Strix. Let's get the fuck out of here.
You pronounced Pat wrong. Yeah, you guys go there. Hemlock says to you, it was a pleasure working with with you and your crew. I am glad we were able to come to such amicable endings after all of our time together. I'm sure there is an opportunity for us to work together again in the future. For now, if you can please remove my hard drive, remove my core and place it into the other shuttle, I'll be more than happy to reunite it with my ship. This shuttle you are welcome to keep as a final thank you for the work that you've done up until now.
And if I destroyed this core, would it permanently shut you up or just your VI?
This core is for me, my essence. If you were to destroy it, you would effectively be destroying my property as well as stealing one of my shuttles.
God, you tempt me. Yeah, we'll move it.
And so you pull that thing out and you go over to the other one and
I must remove him.
oh,
Ross.
nice. What is it? This one? I must remove him. Oh my god.
No, you'd never be able to do it quite as well as Mike did it.
I had reverb up. I must remove him. I have to play with it a bit. Yeah. Anyways. All right. Anyways, so yeah, you pull the thing out, put it into the other one. The other ship powers up, but when you guys go to get into this shuttle and leave, it's one of those things where it's sad because like you put a lot of investment and time and energy into the other shuttle, but you knew it wasn't yours the whole time. But getting a nice standard shuttle is also good too. There is one upgrade to the shuttle, which is nice. It has the ability to have a VI plugged into it so it can pilot. You just have to get your hands on a piloting VI to handle that for you. So that's, I guess, a nice little upgrade. But hey, at least knowing that you pulled out the core, Hemlock's not watching you pee anymore.
Beyond the core.
All right.
Did he store all that data? Is he about to be reunited with his main core with all the data of us pissing?
That's all the data he has. We asked him about the interrogation. He's like, here's footage of
You
the
need to-
interrogation. It's just like us standing at the urinal.
You need to drink more water.
You see like Larrea's hand reaching under a stall trying to get to the other one where the toilet paper is. Us standing there like shaking a leg, like looking around, hoping no one sees that we splashed.
Graff, you changed the toilet paper roll 2% of the time.
Only needed one sheet.
100% of the times you changed it, you put it on backwards.
It goes either way.
No, it does not. It does not. You ever see that lawful good to chaotic evil version of what you do with toilet paper?
I 100% am. The sheet needs to be on the outside, not the inside.
Yeah,
I don't want to
well,
hit the wall to
absolutely.
grab a sheet.
Absolutely. On the rare occasion, sorry, forensic. On the rare occasion that you're in like a public restroom and you're like, I don't want to be here, but you got to do what you got to do, and then like it's backwards too. You're like, why? What monster works here? Do you just like hate people? What are you doing? So, anyway. Ready?
The most controversial thing Graff's ever said.
All right, cool. We are so your characters go to take off. As you're taking off and going through the atmosphere to fly up into space, you'll actually have Hemlock from the other ship is going to ping over to yours to give you a small update and says, transportation from this system through to the Alliance East, through the Galactic East, is not exactly safe travels as of these days. You do not want to be on any aboard any vessels that would be identified as being enemies of the despot. And so there were arrangements made for you to be picked up. Nobody wants your base to be identified as to where its location is to be located. So there is a pickup that is going to be happening closer to the sun itself, the star itself. You'll be traveling in your shuttle for 2 days' time towards the star, and in that time you will have your pickup ready to acquire you. So when you guys like traveling there and you're hearing this, you're like, we just went out of, at least our base was decent sized, but it's been months. Finally, we can at least walk around on a ship, change the scenery. In a couple days, we'll be on another planet. There's gonna be people in restaurants. We're gonna spend 2 days instead of a sardine can. This is awful. Like literally,
At least it's a new sardine can.
well, the bathrooms. So like a shuttle doesn't have a bathroom. What it has is a fold-out toilet that's in the one and only open room.
Dude, if we have a fold-out toilet, you guys are fucked with me around.
You guys are all spoiled. Whenever I was on Eden Prime dealing with the Geth attack and we had to move from cave to cave with all kinds of civilians while being shot at nonstop, there were no bathrooms, no toilet paper.
Things are crazy different back in the caveman
Jesus.
days.
Whatever, move on. I'll be fine.
They'll lean into
Rick
Frait.
knows
They
what a
were
caveman
cavemen
is?
once, right? I think.
You know-
I read it in one of his journals, in one of his diaries. He talked about. I went through his diaries. It was quite funny.
They're
This is
history books
encyclopedia.
from Earth. They're not diary. I didn't write them.
Weird.
I'm gonna take a nap. Y'all let me know when you're done bickering about your tiny space.
So after 2 more days of sitting inside effectively a sardine can, being even more uncomfortable than before, your characters are all experiencing the immense stress. Now there's a mechanic that goes to stress and how it applies negative modifiers. That'll only come into effect if you don't find time to properly decompress yourselves before you have to make any die rolls. So we'll worry about that if and when we get there.
Orgy.
Who's gonna be the top? I'm definitely the bottom.
Rena's left the campaign.
Oh no.
She did that so perfectly too. She's like this. I'll leave the
Well.
rest of that joke aside too.
I'm
Anyways,
eating my soup in peace.
sure.
That's what we called it too whenever we were on Eden Prime. I ever tell you about that?
In peas.
We're eating our soup.
I've walled off half of the shuttle to just this is and it includes
She's
the
poison ivy
foldable-
vined the shuttle.
Yeah, it includes the foldable toilet. So if you have to go, you have to knock first, and then I leave for a
Knock on
second and wait
vines?
until you're done. No, my makeshift wall I've made. Just
Like
a
it's
bunch of
like
crates
it's like
piled up.
set up with like Eden Prime boxes for all the delivery
Just
services
boxes,
that
yeah.
you guys have.
We all get
Mhm.
stir crazy. She just puts her helmet on and like zaps outside for a little bit. Magnet boots to the outside of the ship.
She's
Man.
she goes out on the outside of this ship, screams for like 3 minutes, and then comes back inside.
You guys hear
Nobody
that?
tells her comms were on.
Everybody's like, okay, don't say anything. She just screams, sobbing, and then comes back in. Hey guys.
Strix just starts laughing really loudly.
Again, because it's a shuttle. For somebody to go outside, you have to remove the. You have to vent
But you guys
the
don't
air.
know why I'm laughing.
I'm so glad that's what you used your
Oh.
20 for.
You're welcome.
That's
Pat with the
awesome.
120 back to back.
All right. So, anyways,
Dude, I had
back
a 0 modifier for that too.
back to you guys. So eventually, after 2 days of traveling, just more or less beelining in sublight speeds and the speed of a fucking shuttle, which isn't that fast, over towards the star. Eventually, your sensors will pick up because the long range sensors of a ship this small are very, very short range compared to other ships. You don't even have the full 1 AU. It's like half an AU. So when finally a ship comes into range and you start doing scans to see what it is, you realize this isn't just any ship that's arriving. This is like definitely like a mercenary vessel that's coming through. So more or less Hemlock hired mercs to come and be your transport. So you guys can go ahead and all of you can roll me with advantage a history check just to see if anybody can identify them. The DC is not too high. It's a 15. Well, there's your 20. There's another pass.
You know what? I did a mission with these guys.
Meanwhile,
is this
everyone's
something I
trying to
can-
figure out why Strix is laughing.
Is this something I could use my my history like knowledge on? What's it called?
Yeah, you can. Good question.
This one.
Yeah, no, I know what you meant. Not yet. Something maybe a
Yeah.
little bit later.
All right.
You had advantage.
Oh shoot! I thought it was on.
Cool. Rena, I imagine you don't want to waste your time with a luck when 3 other people passed. So, continuing with your characters, and Wade, I'll actually give you a bit more because you got a nat 20 there, so it's fun. And you got the highest number. So you guys are able to pick up pretty quickly that this vehicle that's coming to pick you up, based off of markings on the side of the vessel, some of the communications, the way that they're reaching out to you, a couple of the other telltale signs. You realize that this is an Eclipse vessel. They literally hired Eclipse mercenaries to be the ones that you would to be the ones to come and pick you up. So these are the Eclipse mercenaries that were hired. Moreover, when they finally do pick up the vessel, and you guys are welcome to have RP before they pick you up if you'd like. When they do pick up the vessel, they're going to end up leaving it inside their hangar, unopened, like your ship's on lockdown, so you can't even open the doors unless you intentionally electronically override them. You're not even going to be able to open the doors for several hours time. So even though you're finally inside of another ship and you can walk around and see something different, once again, you're still stuck in the sardine can for a few hours. I'm going to go into the next point here, but I'll give you
No,
a
I'm
moment
not.
Oh. Yeah.
I could just leave.
Do you?
No, probably shouldn't. I don't want to fuck things up.
By the way, does your crew, as a side note, have a name now? You have like something that you guys go by?
Oh,
The flying turd
Uh,
nuggets.
We haven't gotten
not
together to
that.
talk about that at all.
I mean, I brought it up in Discord, but nobody really submitted anything for the sake of like a crew name or symbol. I mean, Snaga and somebody else gave us like some mild suggestions, but nobody really went beyond that.
I'm
Okay.
open for suggestions. I have to pee really quick though. I'll be right
Names.
back.
Let's go, chat. Come up with some rapid fire.
Boom, boom, boom. I was like, I'm giving like, tons of a minute away for this, and they were all like, yeah. All right, so back to you guys. Rena, would you blink through? And is there any RP you guys want to have about the eclipse before you go in?
I want to hear what they have to say about it first before I just do that.
Well, who has to say about what? The chat? I'm sorry, not chat.
No.
The rest of the party.
Yeah, the rest of the party.
Go ahead.
Like
Frait.
because I failed the check, so I wanted to hear what they had to say.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. So Frait or Graff, kick it up.
Sorry, I was looking at the names. What'd you say? What were we talking about?
So basically, Larrea is just asking about the eclipse, like she hears you mention that or something.
What was the bonus info I got on this particular one, Scott?
Oh yeah, your bonus info. So you guys knew that it was eclipse, so on and so forth. Wade, you're not noticing that it's just eclipse. Actually, this when the thing comes in, something about the transmission, like the transponder code that's like pinging off of your ship. Something seems familiar about it, but you're not entirely sure what it is. So maybe you did do a job with them before, or maybe fought against them, or whatever it might be. You're not 100% sure.
Okay, and what does my character know about the Eclipse mercenaries in general? Are they usually pretty neutral? Are they good neutral, bad neutral?
Well, we had that one encounter with them.
I know we
but-
did, but they were working for the good guys. But I don't know if they're true neutral or if they actually usually have like a side they lean.
I mean, well, they have their own agenda, but beyond that, whoever they
That's what
get
I mean.
hired for, they do it, and they have a
Yeah, but they can
cellu-
turn stuff down. But what is their overall faction? Which way does the faction lean?
Yeah, let's just say properly neutral, but
Okay.
also properly profitable. And since bad
Sure.
guys tend to pay more than good guys, they tend to go where the money is. But as a reminder, they're the tech ones. Anyways, continue. Go ahead.
We've had a few run-ins with them over the years. In fact, this crew did a while back. They were working, with the Asari, right? They were working with the Asari. With the
No.
Asari on our
Yes,
retrieval mission.
Sorry, yes, Dominion. Yes.
They're as a faction usually pretty actually neutral. However, money talks, so they'll do almost anything for $1, whether it's save a life or take it. Gotta say, something seems familiar about this code or this vest. Something's ringing a bell. I might have even worked with these guys before. I can't remember. But usually you don't know what you're in for with the Eclipse. Because, well, it depends who hired them.
So it wouldn't necessarily be the best idea if I were to just out of here.
No, because if they deemed you were taking some kind of hostile action and it might affect their bottom line, they would quickly determine whether it was more profitable to keep the job or terminate. And sometimes they can be trigger
Okay.
happy.
All right. No, you're right. That's very logical. She pouts. And she's just like, fine, I'll wait. We can wait. It's not that much longer, right? They can't keep us here forever. She like goes
Just
off to
Close your eyes and
inside of the
imagine
shuttle.
some leaves or something.
Oh, imagine you leaving.
Fair pun. Fair pun.
I don't understand it.
Not surprised. Frait, you want to chime in too?
I didn't recognize this as the group, but I imagine when he brings it up, like when he says we might have been fighting with this particular group before, I think he'd be more focused on that and say, you don't think they hold a grudge, do you?
Grudge. Didn't we save the one dude's life? And if anything, they'd be either happy or, well, neutral to see us, I'd imagine.
I thought there was a problem when we went to rescue them. I know we were deciding originally when we met them whether to fight with them or against them, but I thought we did something that they didn't like. I just can't remember what it was.
I called the Solarian a scientist.
That's true. I thought, didn't we steal something from them? We took something and ran, but it was something they wanted delivered
No,
anyway.
this
I
was
can't
the one
remember what happened.
we brought the dude back.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought we delivered.
We had
something.
we had the Solarian and we had 2 of the other dudes as prisoners that were
Yeah.
like the ones attacking him. We had a very
That's right.
crammed vessel.
I remember that.
We did want to open the
you-
box to see what we were
Variants, yeah.
transporting, and the dude told us not to.
Yeah, Messi, if you read Forensically's NPC list, you would have seen on page 3.
There's no page 3.
Yes, there is. You just don't have the updated version.
I'm
You see
looking
how
at
he's
the
not paying
only
attention.
version.
Forensically, I'm so
I'm looking
sorry.
at the only version right now.
Mm,
Someone just joined named
Forensically
Anonymous
says that
Anteater.
he is in the NPC.
They wanted to take the Batarians prisoner, and we didn't let them. We gave the over to the Dominion, according to forensics notes.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Maybe I read that in forensics notes.
But I don't
remember
think it
this
was a
in
major
grave
point of
detail.
contention. They were just like, we would take him, and we're like, no, we're gonna hand him over to the Asari, and they're like, fine. I don't think there was anything that bad with them.
Okay. Then I guess he wouldn't say that. He'd say nothing. He'd say nothing.
So, your characters sit there for a few hours. When they finally do come in and allow it to be opened, it's not just like 1 or 2 people that come in. There's a dozen different people that come over, and all of them have weapons drawn, but only the 2 that actually approach the shuttle door itself have the weapons out and aiming at the door, approaching it like they're about to like blast it open. They don't do so. They approach it, and it looks like one of them's reaching out, like they're gonna put like an explosive on it. But they reach out and they're like tang, 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 tang on the door. And around the same time that that happens, you get like the unlock happening from the other ship. That's making it so your ship has its autonomy again. Your shuttle has its autonomy again, so it can be opened or closed or whatever as you wants to. You can see on your cameras, however, there are 2 with their guns out, aimed at the door that you're going to open up. The only door you have that's going to open up. And there's 10 others around with weapons drawn but not pointed.
Does this seem pretty standard for what we're doing? We're just transferring over and being taken by them, right?
You're just being transported. I mean, that
Yeah.
doesn't feel standard at all. If you were transporting somebody, you'd just be like, hey,
Yeah.
beer's in the cooler.
Yeah. Feels very
Um,
aggressive.
Kind of quietly to like you guys. This does seem a bit prematurely hostile for a simple swapping of vessels.
Just say the word. She's like putting her helmet on.
Yeah, it does me a lot of good if you run outside.
At least I could surprise them if that's what this really is.
Just be ready to I guess be ready for anything, but we definitely don't want any hostilities. This is our chance to get the fuck out of here. However,
All right.
if they were paid off by the despot or somebody else to make this a more hostile prisoner exchange rather than a simple transport, then we're gonna have a hell of a fucking fight on our hands.
I would be upset if we didn't.
Well, I don't really understand why they target us.
Who the fuck knows? So I imagine, at
I
least
think-
for Graff, Scott, I don't know about everyone else, but like he's prepared if something seems to be going down and going the wrong way to react and either draw his weapon and get involved or take cover, whatever he can do. I'm assuming we have limited options on this shuttle.
Yeah, unfortunately, the shuttle is just a standard delivery shuttle. So one of the things that you can do when the door opens up, so like it's the rows of seats, and you kind of like hug off to one side. So literally, there's only 3 spots of cover to the left side of the door that's opening up, to the right side of the door that's opening up. Those can each hold 1 person. And then like behind the pilot's chair, there's not really many spaces to take cover. If somebody threw a grenade in there, it would hit everybody, right? Like there's not much way of hiding that you can do. But I imagine you guys are getting yourselves prepared. But do you have weapons drawn? Are you actively trying to take like very overt cover, or just planning to jump to cover if you want to? Like,
I'd like to hide.
Take like partial cover. Wait, Strix hiding?
No. You think I can hide on this delivery shuttle? Me of
Okay, I
everybody
hide
else
behind
on this
Strix.
Yeah, I was gonna say if everybody can hide behind me. I'll
I
stand in the corner.
imagine that Frait and Larrea are towards the back. Strix is kind of in the front, and I'm next to / a little bit behind Strix, kind of like us two in the front. But we're not looking to look hostile. We're more so just prepared in case things go sideways or if this is a trap or an ambush.
I think what Strix is gonna do is he's gonna bury her up and everything and just draw his hammer and stand in front. Well, I guess yeah, I'll just hit barrier and then I'll just stand in front of the door. Not hammer. I guess I'll be holding my hammer, but not in like a I guess in a defensive manner.
Yeah, you got it out. Krogan
Yeah.
with his hammer out, that makes enough of a point. You're good.
I don't know if I'll hit barrier actually. I'll just wait. I've got a lot of shields. So you don't
Cool.
seem very happy that I have a lot of shields now.
No. You're fine. I was just laughing at Wade's.
He's like, oh,
Bad
PU, too many shields.
Yeah. He's the plutonium reference right
Ew.
there. So anyways, yeah, so the door opens up. Everybody's out there ready or whatever it is. And you can see that the Eclipse are there. They are prepared. Even the ones that didn't have their weapons aimed out, as soon as the door opens up, they all kind of like now they have two hands in their weapons. They're prepared. Everybody's waiting for that moment. But when there's no immediate combat, one of the Eclipse does step up. And as they step forward, their helmet, comes off their head. And it's a Solarian. And he's going to look to the crew of you that's there. Messi, you can roll that wisdom check. He's going to look to the crew of you that's there. And he's going to say, all right, now, no funny business. We believe that you are just going to be here for transportation, but need to make sure that things are on the up and up. How many are inside of your ship? It's also a save instead of a check, but,
Are we all making wisdom saves? Did I
No,
miss
just
it?
messy.
Wait, is it not a wisdom save?
It's wisdom
Oh, it's a
check.
wisdom check.
Yeah, which
Okay,
doesn't
it
matter.
really
It's the same
matter?
modifier
But,
for
yeah.
you, but it does
I think I
confuse
just
other
do
people.
that.
Yeah. You should
For
make
other
it its
people's
own
sake,
thing. Just
that
do
is
it.
a
You
7.
should make a tool proficiency that is memory, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
let me do that.
Anyways, back to you, Wade. Go ahead. Or whoever was going to respond.
They
I'll speak.
said, okay,
All
go
right.
for it.
What you see is what we have here.
Good.
Oh, weapon proficiency.
He's did it in the wrong spot. Good. Glad to hear it. If each of you can step down, we'd like to scan you and make sure that everything is as exactly as you say it is.
Can you say step down like onto their ship or
Yep. A step down out of the shuttle.
Gotta ask for a simple transport. You guys seem awfully ready for a fight.
this seems highly irregular?
There was a little bit of what is it? There was a request for discretion in transporting individuals through the despot's space, and we didn't want to take any chances where there might be a problem where the people that are on this facility are those that are worth a very high amount of value, or would drive a considerable amount of ire from the despot if he found out that we had transported you through his space. So we are going to confirm that there are no active credits on your heads, no bounties on your heads right now. Please
Can I roll
step
an
down.
Insight.
And if
Or
there
dudes.
were,
Can I roll?
always a
insight?
pleasure working with y'all.
Yeah, you can roll insight, Pat.
Fucking shit. I don't know shit, man.
You are concerned.
But
Yeah,
I
you guys
can't-
step down, and they're going to scan each of you over.
I can't do a tool proficiency or custom skill because that requires you to have proficiency in it. There's no way to say you don't have proficiency in a tool.
But you can apply a
It's on your
negative.
sheet.
You can apply a -2 to your proficiency. You can do a,
-3 now. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I guess I can keep updating it. All right,
Yeah.
let me do that.
technically you can
future
do a
stuff.
negative equals at proficiency bonus, or I think it's at curly bracket PB or something like that. So it neutralizes itself. But anyways, moving on. So you're made your insight check. So you said I imagine everybody gets scanned, and so they scan everybody. First one to step down is that Strix.
Yeah. I was the one standing right there. So yeah.
Yep. So you hop down, and it's kind of one of those like, oh god, a Krogan. Here we go.
So it works.
They scan you, no issues whatsoever. The second one down, Graff.
Yeah, I'm right after Strix. That's
Sure.
what you're
Yeah,
asking.
yeah. You hop down right afterwards. They scan you over. I imagine there's that moment where you're like your hand tenses and you're ready for if you have to reach for your weapon. They scan you. Clear. And you step away. Who's
Can I
next one
whisper
down?
something to Graff as
Sure.
can I just want this to be heard by him.
Yeah, right after he's scanning while they're scanning the third person.
And they give him like the okay.
Yep.
He'll kind of like nudge you really lightly. How funny it would be if Larrea. Because I think Larrea's next, right?
I don't know who's next.
I mean,
She
yeah,
said
she
she was
was
hiding-
hiding behind him.
Yeah, I was gonna
So-
say, she said she was hiding behind me, so.
What if they didn't even see her? They thought there was 3 because she was so behind.
She kind of
Strix.
jumps. Yeah, she kind of jumps
like
when he does
she's
that.
grappled onto me. That's
Like a
my twin.
backpack,
That's
yeah.
my sister.
You ever play what's the name of that video game? Is it is it called Enslaved? It's
Called Baldur's Gate?
I think it was a Xbox game, and you play a character. I want to say his nickname is Monkey, and there's a girl. It's a post-apocalyptic world, and there's like a girl that you're saving, and she like you always have to like guide her the whole entire game.
God, I don't mean to be a dick. This sounds like every post-apocalyptic game where you have to go save some girl.
No. The entire game is literally you and her, and you have to watch after her the entire game. But she has like
This could have been
a
You mean
could've
the
been
collar on her
Walking
Resident
neck.
Dead
Evil.
Telltale game season
this
1?
could have been Resident Evil 4. This could have been freaking Ashley. And just,
The Last of Us?
It could have been Last of Us. Fucking
I
Well,
was thinking of Oddworld, but definitely
I think
not
it's
Oddworld.
called Enslaved because she has a collar on him and zaps him anytime he does something.
it's
She
a
doesn't want
Journey
him
to the
do.
West game. Says Kajitar. Last of Us. Yeah, see, no one knows.
Hey,
Hey, Molly.
Foxtrot. What's up? Happy holidays, Molly. So, anyways, yeah. So Larrea jumps down. They scan
There's a
Larrea
game
over.
called Enslaved that is for the Xbox 360.
Yep.
Let me see.
Enslaved Odyssey to the West.
Players will
That's it,
enjoy
yes.
taking the role of monkey, utilizing a mix of combat strategy and environmental blah blah blah.
You
Okay,
have to escort Trip home safely after they survive a ship crash.
Dude, the graphics on this are rough.
I mean, it's old. I want to say it's like 15 plus years old.
Dude, she doesn't have pyramid titties like Lara Croft. Not cool.
Moving on. So,
Not
Uh,
wrong.
not everybody's worthy of Oh crap! I just forgot her name. Angelina Jolie. So
She gave great pyramid head though.
Silent Hill.
Great
in
pyramids.
that movie.
Oh, thank you for the history lesson.
There was a bunch of puns there. To be honest, it was pretty clever, but that's fine. We can move on immediately.
Oh, bunch of puns.
Okay, so
Nice,
I hope
that's funny.
Larrea doesn't have a and then she gets
Larrea, you go down and they scan, and there's a moment where they're like, where there's like, you can see one of them turns to the other one and says something, and the other one comes over and they do a second scan of Larrea. Ding. Nope, clear. And then as she walks away to go join the other three and Freight's jumping down, they stop and they continue to discuss something about Larrea. So it's like a hushed conversation. You guys
Can
are
I
welcome,
spy while I'm walking
you
over?
guys are welcome to make
Can
a,
we see this? It's blatant, right?
you guys can all see it. That happens, but you
I
can
wanna
make a
hear it.
perception check. But the perception check I will give you is a DC
Before we
25.
before we do perception checks, I'm gonna nudge and be like, it would be funny if Larrea. Five credits. She's got something on her. The Graff. You take the bed.
You guys roll on perception.
After they're saying them whispering, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Can we all
perception.
roll?
Damn it!
Nice
It's a
two.
shit.
Sick.
It's
Nice
actually it's really
one.
good.
Nobody gets it.
I'm
Hold
too
on,
stressed.
I was like, Wade's got a pretty high one.
20.
I told you the DC beforehand.
What was it?
I said it was 25.
Oh, I
Oh,
didn't hear
I want
that
that
at all.
back then. I did
Oh.
not. You didn't hear you say that at
yeah.
all.
I'll gladly give it
None of
back.
us can hit 25. Oh wait, actually, I guess Graff can hit 25.
Yeah,
oh, and
two of you
Larrea
can,
hit
yeah.
25.
I've got
So-
enhanced optics. I should just get it.
So anyways, you guys are able to I plugged in Game Genie. So you guys are able to.
Did anyone hear the DC? Because I don't think any of us heard the DC.
I did not hear the DC.
Jack,
I might have
clip it.
cut off. I might have cut Scott off, to be honest.
So you are able to
Thanks.
you see the kind of like this whispered thing
Sure,
happening.
Snaga. You
is
heard
they
it.
continue to have a conversation. So Freight ends up waiting for a few extra moments while they are discussing the details pertaining to that. Hey, thanks for the gift subs. So you are while you're waiting while they're finishing this conversation, then eventually they go over and they scan Frait, and almost immediately when they scan Frait, there's a moment where 3 or 4 others get their rifles up and they're pointing it at Frait, and one additional person has a shotgun up and it's pointed at the group of you, and immediately tensions in the area rise. I'm gonna RP unless somebody else has something to say.
Because I'm like kind of like joking and stuff with Graff and be like, oh, didn't expect that.
Bad idea, fellas.
How many are there in front of us? You said like 4 guys.
There's 12
4
in
aimed
total.
at Freight, 1 aimed at us, and then there's.
You said there's 12.
In total.
Yeah.
Are they all in front of us or just kind of scattered about?
They're scattered about for the most part, but they're in front of the 3 of you. There's 1 with a shotgun up. Around Freight, there's 4 there that are around Freight.
Okay, so question, because I don't know Mass Effect. If I were to activate barrier, would that be alarmingly obvious?
You would see somebody be like,
I mean, right now tensions are high anyway, but I mean, like a lot of this stuff is on Freight right now, not me.
What I would say is this: yes, people would immediately know that you activated barrier. However, that being defensive, there's nothing wrong with that. Tipping your hands that you're biotic is a different conversation because they don't necessarily know that you're a biotic.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. So so there's a moment where that goes off, and you say kind of like bad idea, boys, and that's all it is. One of them goes.
I was gonna add to it, but
Please. No. Go ahead.
Bad idea, fellas. We got a Krogan here who's not gotten a fight in half a year. Not sure this is the fight you'd want to pick.
And they're not letting me use the foldable bathroom on the ship.
And that.
A few people.
I'm gonna fight you and then shit.
Like the 3 humans of the crew just like shudder at the idea. They're like, cool. But anyways, cool. So
can I roll intimidation? Show them Siri.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go. I get a +2 to this, by the way. So 17. I don't know why it's not adding it to that. It isn't. It's a thing in my. It's a modular sensor in my helmet.
Yeah, that's why it's such a big number. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Maybe.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just double check. Strix.
I think it is probably.
Yep, the 2 is in there for persuasion and intimidate. It's in there. Yep, it's all in there.
Yeah,
cool.
15.
That's why I have a +8. So the 15 total. Yeah. No, first of all, the idea of a Krogan shitting is already intimidating, but it's also small space. Even if they killed you, there'd probably a bunch of them would go out as well, or at least be very, 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 very injured. So on. So like that's understood. One of the Solarians does speak up and says, hold on a moment here. There's something that pinged up on the bounty board. One moment. Look at this. There is a bounty for a Freight Neon for, it looks like 75,000 credits. It looks as though you are part of a job that ended in the death of one of the associates of the despot. This is unfortunate. I'm sorry about this, but we're going to have to detain you. One of the others was going to step forward and say, a moment. And like, yes? Listen, Captain, my apologies, but this might sound a little bit unusual, but I believe I actually know them. It's hard to tell because humans, that Krogan, they all look the same. And the other one, the Solarian, nods and is like, yeah, I know what you mean. He's like, but
Strix will kind of straighten up and point 2 fingers. I take offense to that.
They kind of do one of those like quiet like turtle.
I imagine they would have
laughs.
just probably ignored me.
No. There's a quiet turtle left because a Krogan pointing at a Solarian and be like, we have some racial tensions. The Solarian's gonna be like, yeah, and I would fight with you over the internet, but you're in person now. Like, like I'll be a troll on Twitter, but anyways, so the where we at? Anyway, it says, however, the name Freight Neon actually reminds me of something. Freight, please remind me, were you recently in, and they like mentioned the airspace from the beginning of the campaign?
Well, not recently, but I do know what you're talking about, yeah.
It was nearly a year ago at this point. It helped to fight down a couple of actually the Despot's Batarian-led ships, yes?
That's right.
Looks at the crew for a second and says, I'm a little perplexed. I thought you had an Asari last time. You have a different female now.
Dynasty is off doing some other stuff for the Dominion. She's the one that pulled your ass out of the trouble there. We got
No,
the
I'm
Batarians.
keenly aware. I remember this. This is why I'm saying something right now. So I assume that there was some sort of change of mates. But either way, I was confused for a moment because there was a different female than there was before. These are the ones that fought against the despot, but in the benefit of myself and our crew in the past.
This ain't Five's company. This isn't our mate.
Change of mate.
I'm sorry, they're not a shipmate of yours?
Oh.
Yeah, that.
Not all of them
Just start
being like,
laughing.
oh, oh yeah,
Just
yeah.
to start
No, of
laughing.
course. That's what I thought the entire time.
Sorry, you can ignore them and continue.
Yeah, you're a scientist, aren't you?
I think she's a medical professional, and he'll give you like a wink.
Yeah, I met Larrea, the scientist.
Medical professional.
The one that was being
Oddness.
spoken to, not the one that you guys had known prior, chimes in and says, I have a feeling like I know where this is going, and you're about to suggest that you would like to give them a pass. Are you certain? Looks back at the group of them. These are the ones that you want to put your neck on the line for? And there's a couple of moments of contemplation. And then...
If I may, while you're thinking about it, calculate the amount of damage a Krogan can do to your vessel in, I don't know, 30 seconds versus what 75,000 credits will bring you. That should help your equation.
the one that was just spoke, not the one that was spoken to and was about to respond, turns to you and says, idle threats are not necessary. We're able to make our decisions on our own.
Yeah, but they add some, chips on the table is all I'm saying.
The one that was about to speak before, the one you knew from prior, he chimes in, or they chime in and say, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to go home and complete the contract for me to be able to have my offspring. It is because of them that my generation will be able to continue on, and my family line is able to push forward for a whole new generation. Yes, I'm willing to put my neck on the line for them. They did right by me. They look at you, Frait, and they say, would you prefer to be dead, or would you prefer to be unnoticed?
You'll hear Strix pop up. I'll kill him for 75 grand.
Larrea just hits Strix, which obviously he doesn't feel, barely notices.
Oh,
She
yeah.
just like taps him.
You're like, shut
Shut
the fuck up.
Shut up.
Just fly. 10 damage.
Given the choice, I'll always choose discretion.
We're working on the group unity thing.
That this kind of goes over the head of the mercenaries, and when you, I assume by that, Messi in the meta, I assume by that you mean Not's dead. Yep. He nods and simply says, "Not a problem. There will be no record of you having been on board this ship." And so they say, otherwise, we will bring you to your location. I believe we were bringing you to, and they mentioned the planet the ship's being repaired on.
Yeah, that's the one.
So 2 days' time, let's show you your quarters.
Yep.
And
You guys should all search your quarters and make sure there's not like a bomb or a
I've only got nickels.
She's nodding.
camera or something in there. After you.
okay, they lead you guys to your quarters. It's actually going to be a situation where each one of you are going to be able to have like a small individual room. It's pretty tight. It's like a bunk bed size, but individual bed, so it's very, very almost like a cot, so small in size. It has its own fold down facilities, if you will, that you can use inside there. So not the most comfortable situation for somebody like a Strix to be able to use, even just getting in the doorway.
Don't
and
worry,
trying to lie on the
I'll
bed.
break down the wall, make it a double.
Please don't do that. And then so it's not the most comfortable situation for Strix, but otherwise for the rest of you, it's fine, and you're not confined to your room. There's a common area that you're able to go out and into, and there's like a kitchen spot that you're able to use, though it's very small and simple. And unfortunately, a lot of the food that they have there, Solarians, I believe, are actually vegetarians, or at least if they're omnivores, they lean heavily to the vegetation, not to meats. So there's like lots of
This
like
place
kelps.
sucks.
Yeah.
They only eat what they can make on petri dishes, basing as they're all scientists.
Yes, lots of algae. So much algae.
Wow,
They're actually
Larrea
filter
would love it
feeders.
here.
Anyways, so so a lot of it's lots of vegetation that your characters are eating. Anyways, unless it's something that your characters want to go through, we can snap forward the last 2 days and deliver you to where your ship is.
I think that's fine.
Cool. So finally, when you get delivery, or my apologies, did you want to go specifically to your ship, or do you want to go to 8 to the Galactic East? I assume you wanted to go to where your ship was first.
I think ship first.
Yeah, the ship first.
So they drop you off to where that is, and flash forward 2 days. Here, they're not even going to land you onto the planet. They're just going to let you get into your shuttle and are able to go there. Now, unfortunately, the situation that's going on inside of Omega, you're not able to witness. You're not welcome beyond the where it is that the passengers are able to stay on the ship. There's no terminals for you to be able to look into that sort of information, unless you're actively trying to hack through the terminals, messy or otherwise, to try to get any more information. And there's no windows you can look out or anything like that. So everything's kind of just question marks. The crew's not exactly open to communication either. So assuming you're fine with the travel, we can just drop into where your ship was being repaired.
If possible, is there any way I could get like a report of the bounty and like what I'm wanted for, like in detail from the guys, the Eclipse guys?
Yeah, absolutely. So specifically the guy that unfortunately you would have recognized him instantly, Messy, if you had made your memory check before. And that was a hint. That was a hint that he was there for Wade earlier. But anyways, so yes, they are able to share that for you, and it's literally related to the Volus situation, where it was like information was shared, so on and so forth. So the 75,000 credits specifically in your head, but there's nothing on anybody else's head because they weren't as easily identified in the scenario. They did tell you that there are credits on Xenostia's head as well. This
This fucking Volus not only ripped us off, but then he also didn't delete the goddamn footage properly. What a fucking waste of space.
It is 200,000 credits on Xenostia's head, so it's a good thing Rena changed her character.
Man,
you were only the bodyguard. You weren't the person that had put together the contract. So
It's fucking Volus, man.
I'm having flashbacks from when Messi and I went to a strip club and didn't do the right thing by wiping the cameras. Oh no! Oh no! That was a fun time.
It was a porn star. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go that far. I thought like, hey, let me get a strip.
It was a porn. It was a sex shop.
Yeah, it was a sex shop.
Cool. So
Anyway.
Almost bought myself a new steak for a vampire. Would that work?
There's two kinds of steaks that work on vampires. The kind you put through their heart, and the kind you rub in garlic and put in their
What
mouth.
about the ones where I mount them?
Can we get it to ship now?
So you guys, they bring you to the planet to like go orbit around the planet, and you're able to get into your shuttle and can all the way down into where it is, Jetson style. When you finally arrive, the crew that's working there informs you like, yeah, no, the work for the ship, you actually arrived. We just sent out word, 5 days ago, saying that your ship was going to be ready soon. You arrived earlier than we had anticipated. So I do apologize, but it's not going to be completely up and running for the next day or two, as we're just doing our finalizing checks to make sure that everything it's all done. We're just, dotting the I's and crossing the T's for the sake of paperwork. Did you want to give it a look over?
Well, we thought about flying back and then coming back in a day, but I think giving it a look over might be a better option. Yeah.
Yeah, no, please. It's your ship. The temporary passwords to get into the ship are, and they kind of like transfer.
Password 1, 2, 3.
And it's literally just that. It's literally just the hangar, like the dock where it is, with an exclamation point.
Literally a hangar that you can.
Is this the one we were naming Pathfinder, or did you guys have a different name?
It's named Pathfinder, and for the patrons, there's a video released of a full tour of the ship. So anybody who's a patron over on Patreon of any tier can go and see a video tour of the upstairs and downstairs of the ship. But
Yeah, Scott made a 1-to-1 life-size ship that he walks through.
He did. He made it
Pretty
in
sick.
Lego Fortnite.
Oh,
Yep,
Jesus
Lego
Christ.
Fortnite.
I haven't even done the crazy stuff in there yet because I've just been trying to get because I'm literally half an hour more of playing. I'll get the first village to level 10 or whatever. I just been trying to unlock all the things so I can have
Oh,
fun.
I haven't even made it that far. I think Messi and I made it to, like, what, level 4, 5?
If I were to
Like,
do a
live, like,
new
2
world,
hours.
if I were to do a new world, I could do things so much faster and more efficient
We
now.
should play.
Oh, I'll talk about it later, so because I'm having a lot of anyways, talk about it later. So back to game.
Stop getting detracted.
So you guys were able to go into the ship and to look around. Now you as the crew have already seen the ship, and there's a video that's already up for the patrons to check out. But the short version is the ship comes in 2 levels. There's an upstairs and a downstairs. The downstairs has the 2 hangars, which are currently empty. Both of them are currently empty. And it also has a huge cargo area down there that can hold a considerable amount of stuff inside the cargo area. The upstairs has a massive engineering area. It has the cockpits up and running. It has elevator stairwells, a ton of bedrooms, kitchens. There's even offices and a medical bay, and all that stuff inside there. All been refurbed. All of them have a whole new equipment. Everything's functioning. So as the person's giving you a tour and walking through the facility, says, "Hey, listen, you put in quite the big order, and we were able to fulfill everything that you had asked for, and even a couple of things that you didn't ask for. We went ahead and took care of for you. It was already here, and honestly, our name is on the line, so we didn't want you leaving and feeling like that stuff wasn't taken care of. So the hull has been completely done over. We also made sure we gave it a visual overhaul. So as you're looking at it from the outside and giving it that real, fine look, you can see that it looks like it was fabricated this way to begin with. We had a good once over to make sure it doesn't look, like you guys don't seem like scrappers to me, even though we did come from a scrapyard. You don't seem like the kind of, and then like his eyes fall on Strix and immediately just changes the subject.
You just see all my tools and like scrapping stuff all on me. Right.
Yeah. What are you saying? What do you mean by you people? Anyways, so you immediately changes the subject and says, but we got all the systems up, functioning, everything recalibrated. So the atmosphere system inside there was set to a very strange setting. Not entirely sure who was using it beforehand or if it just got scrambled and whatever. Unfortunately, however, there was one system we could not fully get up and running. We just didn't have the equipment for it. It's kind of it's a military grade equipment, and it's not something that we have the ability to get our hands on the parts or even should be working on. So one of your weapon systems is currently offline as it's missing a piece. But I'll gladly give a list of all what's needed, and if you can find your own way of repairing it, that's on you. It's between you and the Citadel, but everything else is taken care of for you.
Yeah, that list would be fine.
Yeah, but please feel free to get everything up and running. Oh, we got your transponder code from beforehand set up inside there. So if there was any communications that would normally have been sent to your other ship, it would already been re-pinging over to this one instead. That was one of the first things we did once we actually got the thing, properly running. Oh, and the EZO core. We did not change out the EZO core. We did, however, upgrade it so that it is not as bulky as it was before. That does mean there's room for future expansion, upgrade, whatever you need to do. But, you can always come back. We can always do the job for you. It would take a bit of time. It's not cheap, but we can always do something like that. Discuss it in the future. I just wanted to make sure you're aware, like it's the original EZO core, but it is properly cleaned out. Everything's fine-tuned, good to go. Yeah, but hey, give it a look over. I'll be back at my office if you have any questions.
Sounds good. Are we good to turn it on, kind of see how the systems are functioning, or should we leave it offline?
No, you're good. We're doing a full systems check. Part of that is it'll cycle through on and off cycles anyways. So if it's off and you turn it on, it powers down on you. Understand that's a normal process of what it is that we're going through. But
Sure.
Whatever you'd like, you can do anything but fly away because it is landlocked.
Sounds good.
Turns and walks off as you go to do your
Graff says he runs on.
Cool. So yeah, you characters have already, so you PCs have already seen the ship and whatnot, but is there anything that your characters would immediately go to, would immediately check? Any details worth noting?
The chair in the cockpit. He wants to make sure it's comfortable.
Yeah, no. So specifications like that, like if you were like, oh, you know, if just saying like this grade of Alliance, you know, style chairs, like, you know, you can see that they put that exact one in there because it's discontinued from modern Alliance ships. So it's one of the things they can pick up at a depot or whatever to go get a, you know how it is. What are they? Excess stores? What do they call those? Surplus stores. Surplus army equipment. Right?
Costco.
Costco.
They
Yes,
buy the
I go to
chairs in
Costco
bulk.
to buy my surplus army equipment. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh, you're joking.
Do we need to roll to see if everything actually looks good, or we just everything actually looks good?
No, all of your characters, especially your character Wade, who has like the pre-flight stuff built into him. You guys can go through and see everything's fine. Rena, for you specifically, going into the medical bay, one of the things that you notice is that medical bay area. It's a pretty big room for only literally one bed inside of it. You're like, okay, this is like it's technically a medical bay. It looks like it's probably the original bed, but they like, you know, ripped off all the old crap, reupholstered, ran new wires, whatever. But it's the original like hardware inside there. But it's a pretty big room for just one medical bed. You're thinking that could potentially be used for doing some other stuff inside of as well. It's also important to note the different rooms.
The bed or the room?
I'm talking about the medical room itself. It's a pretty decent sized room.
Just making sure.
It's not stocked up with medical supplies. You'll have to do that on your own because they're not a medical facility. They're a shipyard. So you'll have to fill up your own medical supplies. But back to you guys, Rena, and all of you.
Dude, it's like a twin size bed, bro. It's not.
Could use some upgrades.
Uh-huh.
So for
Anyway.
the actual bedrooms, you guys have all seen the rooms. There are, I think, 4 rooms that are identical and very small. Bigger than the ones that the Eclipse just let you go in, and they have their own little small desks inside of them. Then there's one room that's like medium-sized. Again, same size bed, but bigger, more spacious room, so on. And then there's like what's clearly meant to be the captain's room. It's a much larger,
There's
more
already a
luxurious room.
bag and a plant sitting in that room for some reason.
Yep. Yeah, weird. That's weird.
Is that really the case?
So weird that happened like that. What's that doing there? Oh, I just set it down in the first place I found on the ship, which happened to be this room. So
I don't know what for the first place Freight would go. I imagine Strix would go to the engine. Graff goes straight to like the cockpit and is looking around like the cockpit, the different stations there.
she like
Strix goes
noticed the
straight to the
room on her
bathroom.
way
The
to the medical
bathroom?
bay.
What?
Like
The
she was like
bathroom?
walking through and saw it. Was like, oh,
What?
set her stuff down in there. They won't notice.
Rick
So
had to go to the bathroom, remember? That was like his whole character arc.
Freight.
I know, I said Strix.
Yeah, so where'd Freight go?
I don't know, but Strix is in the bathroom.
Where'd you go?
It doesn't matter where I went.
It does right now. Where'd you go?
I don't know, looking around.
Wow.
Real fascinating.
God, you're so useful.
Poking around, looking at different things. Rena, I imagine you have like one of those rectangular, like, elongated potted plants, but it's like seagrass from Earth. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That
that could
shit's
work.
tenacious, you know. And you have like that there, and you just like, oh, for some reason I just
There's
happen to
more.
bring this pot
It's
with me.
just- that one just needs to be out of the crate. Yeah.
Well, funny enough too, Rita, in your defense, in your defense, literally the only room on the entire ship with a window is that room.
Yes.
So if there's anybody that's going to get sunlight for their plants,
They need it.
totally, because that's how plants grow on ships, is with sunlight.
It's weird how she has like a chair and like tanning oils in front of the window, but yeah, I'm sure it's for the plants.
Yeah. The plants need it.
She already has a yoga mat rolled out and a Pilates like cube or rectangle.
Meanwhile, the plants are in the corners where there's no window.
There's no yeah.
In the closet.
She's already got like a UV lamp mounted in there. This is perfect. They're totally fine.
Good thing they're getting that direct sunlight. Graff wouldn't fight for the captain's quarters. He would take just whatever the small bedroom is closest to the cockpit.
She just gives you a look.
Apologies, I was just looking around, didn't know we'd already claimed rooms. I'll take one of these.
Like as you walk away, like she'll let out like a breath she was holding, like waiting for you to be like, technically.
He opens the next bedroom
Actually.
doors. It's like half the size. Well, that'll do.
A fifth the size. Anyway, so after a while of like kind of talking amongst each other or meandering about, what the fuck is Strix? And you find that Strix apparently found another room that's the same size approximately as the captain's quarters, but actually even nicer in some ways, though a much simpler desk or whatever, but other parts of it, like even the bed is nicer. It's downstairs, and Strix is just kind of like sprawled out, passed out, napping, like starfish style on this giant bed downstairs. And you're like, there was one more? There was another one? God damn it, you know. So he has a nice big space with also his own bathroom, to which all of your characters are like, okay, well, thank God for that.
Yeah, after thinking about it, we're like, nah, he can have it. We smell the cockpit. It's like, yeah, it's actually kind of nice that he's back there.
No
Anyways,
complaints.
so
I've
one
never
of the,
been
one
in
of
a room without Strix smell. Odd.
After the shuttle and the base.
there's a couple of recipes we make at my house. They're just like you put lots of ingredients inside them, like lots of like garlic and onion and curry and stuff like that inside there when you're making it. And it's one of those things where like you can make it for dinner, and like the next day you like leave the house and you've done the dishes, the whole house is clean, so on and so forth. Everything's food to use the next day. You like leave the house, let's say bring Rory to school or whatever, and then you come home, like have a coffee in your hand, you walk in the front door, and the first thing you smell is it's still dinner from last night, and you're like, oh God. Like I cleaned this place, I scrubbed it, like I bleached the counters. What the hell? That's Strix. That's his cooking. That's his food. It always has
Cooking.
that. Yeah. Well, yeah. He's always
What goes
cooking
in must
something.
come out, so there's always a scent.
He likes that spicy food. It's like me and Lego Fortnite, always walking around eating jalapenos. No. So
I don't get that reference.
it's okay. So back to you guys. Oh, by the way, mine Turtle Prime should probably never roll for you guys. When we're asking somebody to roll for chat, don't ask that person. They rolled a 1.
At least it was on a 20, not a 100.
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it was D100. My apologies. Okay. You're less awful. All right, back to you guys. So you're so as you're like taking this, eventually you just power up the ship. And one of the things that you notice when you power up the ship is there are a lot of communications that came in. Like, you guys were off the grid, like literally off the grid for months. And during that time, there were a lot of communications that come in. Probably the most comical one that came in was literally the shipyard facility sending pinging updates and asking small questions. Things like, did you want us to go ahead and use this piece for this part here or this part here? This will cost you this much more. This will stay here. Okay, we went ahead with the one that we previously discussed. All those, like, the mechanic calls you and all that stuff. You missed all of it, so they just kind of went ahead with everything to the price that was previously discussed, and 0 upgrade, 0 anything else along the way. So that's kind of like they were calling the phone, they were calling the cell phone sitting next to them and letting it go to voicemail. So it's kind of how it was. But you see a bunch more communications coming as well. Some from names that you do know, and some from names that you don't. Actually, one of the ones I want to immediately pull attention to is specifically Commander Kent of the Alliance. Had reached out and pinged to Graff, pinging to him saying, so it's got like a video communication pops up. Funny thing about video communications with how it works in the system. You don't usually get video communication for two-way contact. You don't get that the way you usually see in Mass Effect. It requires an upgrade to be able to have that. Normally, it's just audio, or somebody can send you a video file and it can display it for you in the holo monitor that's there. So in this case, it was like something sent to you, not something that you would be able to do a two-way back and forth normally. Cool. Moving on. So his video display pops up, very Star Wars style, as you see it before you, and it says. Graff, I wanted to I was hoping to get an opportunity to speak with you to debrief what had transpired over in the the DM forgets the name of the system, and during that debriefing, it was something else I wanted to go over with you. Something just came on my desk recently, and I wanted to chat with you about it. You know how it is, legal, et cetera, et cetera. We'll talk about it later. Then like a week or so passes, and he sends you another message and says, hey, Graff, I was really hoping to get an opportunity to debrief about that situation. You're not obliged to do so. You no longer work for the Alliance, but it would be a good opportunity. There was something else I wanted to touch on with you quickly, too. If you have the time, I'd like the opportunity to speak with you. Oh, Cade gave you guys another ship of Theseus. And Miko gave you a look. So both of those very nice. About a month goes by after that. Hey, Graff, I think we have all the details we need about that debriefing. Maybe a couple of other perspectives you're going to be able to offer, but some details otherwise that I was kind of hoping to go over with you. See if we can maybe talk over stuff and come to some sort of understanding. You know how, yeah. I'll be waiting for your response.
How long ago were they sent?
So it was one, then number 2 was a week later. Then number 3 was a month after that. So it's been a month and a half. So like another month goes by and he says, hey, listen, Graff, I was hoping to touch base with you about something really important. If you could get back to me, I would appreciate it. Another message goes by and it was like another month goes by and it says, all right, listen, you fucking playing hardball. I get it. Legal's chewing my ass. I want to talk. Just respond. Alliance never fucked you. Respond. No response. And so finally the last one says, all right. I've been authorized to litigate a deal. I don't even know how this shit works. Just let me know when you're ready.
Why would the military commander be the one doing this? He has nothing to do with this stuff. But anyway, go ahead.
No. And that was the last one. And it was literally like, as you were picking up, if you didn't 100%, you, the PC, did 100% get this. It was one of those things where they were like, who the fuck knows this guy? Oh, they have recent friendly contact with him. Maybe we can like use this person to, like,
I mean, I get
it.
that. Yeah, I get it.
Now, of course, you can circumvent all of that. But it was one of those things where they tried to do that. And instead, like, you ignored the messages and are playing hardball because you dropped off the grid the whole time. So that's what comes through from him. And that was a funny little, Commander from Kent. Let's see what he needs. Cool. Oh, like that, going through that whole bit there. So a message that comes through from your lawyer messages you once and says, just wanted to give you a heads up. Everything has been processed and put through. I'm going to have some paperwork for you to be taken care of, for you to sign over shortly. It shouldn't take long, maybe a couple of days, and I'll have that sent over to you. About 3 months later, hey, I finally got that paperwork put together for you. I'm just going to need your signature whenever you get a chance. And let me know, and I'll have that put in circulation. And that was the only other contact. Because lawyers, you'll be billed for all the hours in between, though.
Yeah. That's how that works. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Lawyers. Gotta love it. Fortunately, be a part of the settlement.
God's gave me a $10 million settlement with a $9,999,000 lawyer fee.
So real life, side note, real life, I had legal stuff that I had to get taken care of, and I took care of it. This was in October of 2020. So after pinging our lawyer, every 4 to 6 months or so since October of 2020, where everything was supposed to be completely taken care of, we got an email literally this week. No, sorry, not this week, within the past week. So it was last week. So between Christmas and New Year's, we got an email saying, oh, hey, I finished processing that paperwork and backdated it. So it was like, cool. So you backdated it like 38 months? Thanks. Appreciated. Awesome. But literally that happens without a word of a lie. We just got an email from the lawyer last week that something was processed and backdated 38 months. Anyways, lawyers. So, where are we? So yeah, that's all you get from them. When you look at what the lawyer's paperwork's going through, you can see that the lawyer has it set up that you can either it's literally looking for you to push. Do you want to they're willing to negotiate to settle, or they're you can push through and press full charges on this. So that's kind of like what had come through from them, but there's no details of what they're looking to settle for because they're gonna try to have you can see they're holding off their numbers because they're hoping to have Commander Kent talk to you in the interim before they actually give the hard numbers. So once you respond, they can start moving things pretty quickly from there.
We can just assume he responds to the lawyer that settling's probably fine as long as they're done trying to get my friends to reach out to me to get a better number.
The lawyer pretty quickly afterwards. We'll worry about that later on. So you say that to them. Cool. The last email. So beyond the fact that you have like a whole bunch of other like little updates or pings, because fortunately, unfortunately, your characters have all gained a bit of a reputation along the way. So the reputation that you had gained from the various tasks that you have done led to a few messages being sent your way about various job opportunities that you can have. We can go over what those are at a later date, next session, what have you. But there are a good number of job opportunities that are popping up for you. Some of them seemingly open-ended, some of them seeming to have a time limit on them, but there's also tasks that you have yourself already interested in doing, looking into the Omega situation, looking into what's going on at Kushibashi, which is where, but not Kushibashi, sorry, I'm confusing Kobayashi. Confusing it with other D&D campaign, and so on. But there is one message I am going to lead to you guys, and it actually says this. It's from somebody that you're not familiar with, and we can worry about checks afterwards. So it's up to your characters for who else is going through messages. This isn't one pinged specifically to Graff that only he can open with like de-encrypting. This is one pinged to your group, so your ship. So anybody can read it, or you can be all around when somebody reads it out loud. It's up to you. Do you want to inform me before I start reading it to you?
I imagine we'd all be there.
I definitely want to be there because I wanted to reach out to the Hanar soon. So I think I probably would have gone through messages at some point.
Cool. Awesome.
We have one voicemail and we're all sitting there waiting to go dial in our voicemail. 1 second, Frait.
Party line. All right. So the
Core doesn't reach that
the
far.
internet now. I'm using the internet.
So this is subject. It's a long subject line. Subject: urgent request for armed assistance, Operation Omega Liberation. And then it is for the two. It just literally has listed there the names of the three crew members that were here before. Rena's character is not really known as being fully a part of the group at this point because she's only done a couple of small things. But it's addressed to the three of you. And it's at this point where you're realizing, oh, we should probably have like a title or a name that we go by because there's like messages coming in for us. It'd probably be good or easier if like we had like something for them to send to us. Hence the conversation we're having in Discord and earlier today on stream. The message reads as this. I hope this message reaches you in both good health and desire of fortune, my apologies. My name is Vakas Tershal, captain of Fleet 386 aboard the Solar Talon. This message is one of necessity. But also more of interest to you. Opportunity. Stop for a second. You guys would know that name is very much a Taurian name, and then hearing that they're a captain of a ship. That means this is a person of decent rank. To be a captain of a ship in the Taurian military, you have to be of a decent rank. And Fleet 386, you can look into later on if you care to. So continue with the message. The Terminus systems have become a breeding ground for opportunistic tyrants in the aftermath of the war. And the one I write to you about now, the Despot, is the most recent to rise above the muck. His visions extend beyond mere piracy. He aims to establish an intergalactic hegemony within the Terminus systems, holding the Council and allies hostage by threatening trade embargo through the cluster. I believe this to be a direct challenge to the fragile peace achieved after the Reaper War, a peace we cannot afford to lose. I seek the expertise of your esteemed mercenary group to aid in our mission to liberate Omega and neutralize the despot's forces. Your reputation precedes you, and I am confident that with your assistance, we can dismantle this threat swiftly and decisively. If you choose to join our cause, you will find yourself handsomely rewarded, not only in credits, but also the gratitude of those who seek to preserve the hard-won peace in the post-Reaper War era. I'll be happy to share further intel in a more direct conversation. May the stars guide you. Captain Vakas Trishal.
Who?
Likely a Turian. Captain rank means he's pretty high up in the military. I don't know much about Fleet 386, but worth looking into a little bit. But do a little bit of research into him, and I think honestly, if we can get some help, plus I'm sure we could probably contact the Dominion and the Alliance. We get the Turians on board. I mean, we have a hell of a potential force to go after this despot.
Am I still napping? I was listening. I was trying to put my.
We're all here for this.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're all here.
I know Scott said I was passed out like a starfish or something like that.
Yeah. You found the big comfy bed downstairs, and you were
Yeah.
like,
Peace out. I'm down. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I was present for this.
So we're going from not wanting to be involved with the fall of Omega to spearheading a resistance team.
I mean, we just spearheaded taking down mechanized troops from a rogue cult faction of your own religion, taking on the despot with the presumed military aid of 3 major factions that helped take down the Reapers. I mean, they can handle that. Maybe handling one rogue faction trying to seize power and the one link we have left in the galaxy. It
Is it
doesn't
more
sound so
about-
bad.
Like making the allies then.
And money. I mean, this ship's nice
Oh.
and all, but
The credits.
it's gonna require
Okay.
some upkeep and
Right.
fuel.
Can't imagine it
Plus-
was cheap.
We've also got all the shit we want to do back at the location we spent the last 6 months. So making some money doing some good sounds like a good combo to me, as long as this guy checks out.
I guess it'd have to be a significant offer.
At this point, not touching the despot will make my my bounty go up.
Well, getting rid of the despot will make your bounty go away.
Or it won't, or it'll have the same issue that I had getting rid of Eob. But, better to try, I guess. If I'm
Well,
gonna go
plus
back
the
to
despot's pissed about one dude being missing. If the combined forces of the Turians, we can get the Asari and the Alliance to help out, he's gonna have a lot more bounties than he has money eventually. The problem is we got to figure out the timetable on this. We got some other things here that look a little bit more time sensitive, as well as I know at least Strix and Gusty and I want to get to Kobayashi. The sooner the better. I mean, his family's going through war there.
I don't know, this thing says urgent right there in the subject.
Well, yeah, urgent response maybe, but who knows what the actual timetable is of the thing. We'll
In my
find out.
experience, urgent means at least 6 months.
Strix, I swear to God, if that's why it took you that fucking long to repay me for the probe, I'm gonna change the goddamn wording to immediate.
Fair. He thinks about it a long time.
Well, I say we take a little bit of time, as in like a few hours, see what we can find out about Fleet 386, this Turian, and make sure it's not a setup from the despot or something, you know? It was kind of convenient we get a mission to take him down right after we're dropped off from a crew that wanted to turn you in for a bounty, so maybe we should be a little bit careful.
Scott, looking at the inbox, what amount of messages are there requesting work from us?
bro, you're looking into the inbox. You remember how you got that unique Fortix subscription? It's a copy before. When you got your hands on that, it auto subscribes your ship, and you have so many Fornix emails. And then because Fornix is in fact erotica, that they did sell your information to all sorts of third party companies, and there is just a flood of new
That
pills
is so
and
embarrassing.
powders.
Okay.
There's a lot of
I didn't
messages here looking for
subscribe
hot
anything.
singles in our planet.
System.
Oh, look, hot singles in your sector. Look,
I'm not
this
sure if
one's
that means an urgent job or
this one's one jump away.
this one has three flames on either side. Maybe that means we'd be dropping into a hot zone.
I bet you are.
No,
Look at
they're
this.
AI. They're all AI. Look at them. Look how many fingers they have.
One of them says,
AI. You're saying I could use VR for this? Oh,
one of them says, "Why Krogan women are for you."
You can have that one, Strix.
No, Fornix
No,
is all
thanks.
about interracial. That's like the big thing that they do.
I'm giving that one to Strix. Here, Strix,
I
your
bet
VR
you would.
pass.
I bet
helmet.
you'll get judgment. Everyone disliked that. Strix disliked that.
Never mind. I don't want to say what I was going to say. So moving on. After I click all the unsubscribe links in the emails I got, how many missions do we have in our inbox?
There are several.
Okay. And he'll say, looks like we're in some demand around here.
Well, we know there's a bounty on your head, but the more demand we're in, also the more enemies we're gonna have. So just be mindful of that when you're strolling around anywhere.
Okay. I meant more. We seem to have more notoriety than I thought. Seems no one knows how to address us.
This one just says, "Hey, you guys that did that thing for," and then it cuts off. So I don't know which one they're referencing, but I mean, that's a way, or whatever job they know us from. Or what are you implying?
Well, if we're gonna be mercenaries, we should probably have a mercenary name.
Oh, the crew.
That's so creative.
I'm not particularly good at this. Why don't you guys figure it out? You all look like you wanted to laugh, so just fucking let it out.
No, it's good. It's good. We'll have to vote because we are all, I'm sure, full of good ideas.
Well, what's the name of
She's
your
struggling.
magazine? We could be that crew. Because you said
Um,
there's like a variety of species, right? We're a variety of species. We could be the.
Yeah, we're not all naked.
We can be.
No, that would be kind of contrary to combat prowess, unless you were trying to camouflage. In which case, sometimes you can move stealthier
Actually,
that
I'm
way.
a little better without armor. Tackling fuel.
I'm starting to think that you guys were alone a little too long.
I go from having one weapon to 3.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I take a couple steps away.
Watch me breakdance. I call it the windmill.
If you strip down and start spinning on your fucking head, I swear to God, I'm going to shoot you in all 5 weapons you might possess.
Anyway, we should look into that, but the despot only has power because of what we did. It would only make sense that we
Well, I don't know if we
clear
can
my
give him
bounty,
that
so I
much
don't need to
credit.
worry about it anymore.
If anything, we weakened him a little bit. Took out one of his dudes. I don't know that we helped him get into power.
We started the pot.
I don't know if that's supposed to be a pun or not, but
So sorry. We lit the fire.
We didn't light it. We're trying to light it.
Do you guys hear a muted voice in your heads?
No.
Larrea, the more everyone else talks, the more I think you were right about the fact we were cooped up a little too long. Because
Mm-hmm. Yes.
how do you hear a muted voice? Isn't that like the opposite of a fucking voice?
It's like someone's trying to talk to me, but doesn't know they're muted. You know?
Graff, didn't you spend like a year at mime school?
I think we can.
You mean the
topic.
military
I think I
academy?
read that in your diaries once.
You're talking about the fucking history books.
Oh. It says here,
Anyway.
Mr. Graff Mime. Interesting.
I don't think that says that anywhere. I mean, I had some training at the ICA, the Interplanetary Combatives Academy near Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, where I got
That's
my
not true. I just need to ask my friend. I
Special
just
Forces
need to phone a
training.
friend Treadmill to make this actual diary a thing, and it's canon.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Scott walked away, so I'm buying time.
Oh. You know that
Y'all
voice
are
in my head went
confusing me a
away.
little bit. So about this name thing, look, we got what, a couple days. They still got to work on the ship. We got jobs to go through. We got some research to do on this Turian. We got to look into the validity of the other jobs and make sure they're not also magazine subscriptions. And apparently we need to come up with a name for our crew so it's easier to have jobs come in and gain our notoriety, as you put it. But again, with all of that comes targets. So, while we do need the income and probably the known being, the well-knownness, of, not
You
fame.
can
But
say
not,
notoriety.
I just don't like the way it sounds, like a negative sound to it. Like bad guys have notoriety.
I mean,
It's also a lot of syllables.
not really a good or bad connotation with it unless you're attaching one. So it's really up to interpretation.
Yeah, I interpret it badly. Kind of like the word
Okay.
custard. It's like, you know, it's a delicious food, but combines two words that you wouldn't think you'd want to eat: cuss and turd.
Okay, I'm thoroughly staying away from pudding now. Thanks for
Well, no,
that.
custard itself is
different
great.
consistency.
Just-
Graff, I'm sorry. I think my Omni tool's mistranslating what you're saying. I don't understand.
That makes sense. Don't worry about it. Don't you have any words that? Never mind. Let's just do some research into these jobs. Find a place to sleep for the night, unless we can sleep on the ship. I guess we can find out, and probably get some shut eye away from each other so we can actually be fucking sane. And whoever of you's creative, probably the doc, come up with a goddamn good name for us. I guess better than the crew.
Oh God, you two don't have a single idea. She looks.
I
to,
said the
to
crew.
Freight, to Freight and to Strix.
I mean, I had an idea.
No one liked my turd nugget idea, so I'm just gonna.
Okay, right, fair. What was your idea, Freight? And not the pornography, just a
No.
real idea.
I like that idea. That was funny.
No, not that idea.
Imagine someone
well-
trying to get intel on us, riddled with porn ads.
Imagine
Oh.
trying to someone trying to contact us for a job.
Could be some lawsuits too if we take their name.
I know they want to make a reservation for 3, if you know what I mean.
No.
No,
I think you're leaning
I
into it a
don't know
little
what you
too
mean.
much.
I
I
don't
have
know
no idea what he means.
I don't want to know.
I was thinking it could have something to do with space.
Fighters.
Space, the final.
Okay,
People
Graff,
who-
let's hear him out.
I have a
protect
good
space.
name, Star Trek, because we're trekking the stars.
How does he know
How much
that
of
and
my
not
fucking
other?
history? He stole my
That's what
goddamn
I'm
history
saying.
books and thinks they're a journal.
Not true. It's a DVD he had buried underneath his porn mags. His porn mags were just
No, not you two.
military stuff, though. Is weird.
Those were clothing. It's
I-
military clothing, Strix.
I don't know what to say. I'm subscribed because I read the comics. All right, I don't know what to tell you. You guys
Why
saw
we
me
don't care
buy
about the goddamn porn. We just want to know a name for the fucking crew. Jesus. Space.
I
We
don't
got
judge you
space.
for, I don't
Something's-
judge you for
something
reading
like-
it. Okay, I own it in HD. Okay, I have
Strix,
the
we have
dub.
learned more about your goddamn anatomy and mind in the last goddamn 10 minutes than we ever fucking wanted to know.
Have you seen the sub compared to dub?
Why
The
don't you go
voice
check out the
changes are
bathroom in your
amazing.
fucking chambers while we figure out the fucking name for the group?
I literally just read the comics. Okay, I'm sorry. I have prints. Moving on.
I've
Space
made my own.
readers.
Do you want to see mine?
The space nerds. Space nerds. How's that?
Okay. How
Never
about
mind.
we review this without them? Okay, so we can focus because I
Man, I'm
am
getting some
very
insight. Space ballers.
distracted.
Why would we have
Space.
ballers?
Balls in space.
I don't think this is translating well. There's something wrong with my Omni tool.
Everyone has balls.
He's not saying what I think he's saying, is he?
No,
Yes.
his translator. Our translators are Strix. For the love of God, go take a shit or go make some food. I don't care. Do both.
He
Just
takes
let us-
his hot sauce and just write balls on the wall. And then he leaves.
Afraid he was saying what you thought he was saying.
I see. Is anyone else disturbed?
Whenever Strix is
have
in the fucking
been.
room, yeah.
Hmm.
We were cooped up together for 6 months. The things we smelled and heard are I'll never forget. Again, worse than my time on Eden Prime. Have I told you guys about the year I spent on Eden Prime?
Yeah.
You've mentioned it at least 3 or 4 times.
So,
All right.
my idea, and if you guys promise not to laugh, that would be nice. It's better than the crew, I think. In the, the, animated literature that I frequently read,
You're just
Okay,
gonna hear
just-
Strix laughing down the hall.
there's a mysterious organization known as the Void Syndicate. I've always liked the name, but that's all I got.
The Void Syndicate. That sounds fucking evil as shit.
Strix will come back wearing an
You are
I
going
Heart
for
can
the
something
probably-
Void
evil, I think
Syndicate
that would work.
shirt.
We could probably flower it up a bit, make it sound a little more appealing.
Oh, Void Club.
Well, instead of calling ourselves a crew or a syndicate, perhaps we can find maybe something a little more valiant.
Crew. Group. Battalion.
Void buddies. In space.
This isn't
Party.
working.
Vanguard.
Vanguard. That's kind of nice.
I
It's
know it.
interesting.
I was thinking
Destiny
Stellar,
Guardians.
but Vanguard's nice.
All right, but isn't Syndicate Vanguard kind of like,
Did you?
or Void
Syndicate-
Vanguard, the VV?
Yeah, but Void Vanguard maybe something in.
Looks
what's the
nice
opposite of
together.
a
Void Vanguard. It has like a nice
Star
little like W
Vanguard?
for like wins.
Or
Stellar
W for
Vanguard?
Wombo.
Strix, I thought you were leaving.
I love that
Jesus
you guys
Christ.
are just all yelling this, like talking at the same time. And she's just sitting there trying to listen to each of the ideas.
He's,
Like,
he's,
Stellar.
he's
What?
talking
Wait,
over
what?
comms right now.
What is the opposite of a void?
Star. Nova.
filling.
Nova Vanguard.
Filling. The filling Vanguard. The Nova
no,
Vanguard.
maybe
No,
not
like
that one.
spacey. I think spacey.
Stars.
Citadel Vanguard.
Celestial.
Alliance Vanguard. Earth
Who's
Vanguard.
that?
What the fuck was that?
God. It was Gusty. He's back.
Gusty
wishes.
Vanguard. Gusty Vanguard sounds like another comic.
Gusty Vanguard
would
sounds
be
like after
anyway.
Strix eats his goddamn meals.
You can't prove that.
Well, I think we're all thinking it, so I'll say it. What about Astral?
I don't know if we were all thinking it, but that does sound cool.
I wasn't thinking it at all, but yeah, that's fine. I think the
Well,
crew
Sun
was
already
more on
owns the
point,
rights.
but Astral
Just looked
Vanguard
it up.
sounds very flowery, which I guess is fitting
Yeah.
for the dock.
Astral Vanguard's already owned by an LLC.
Oh, all right, never mind then.
Okay, I've just purchased the LLC for 1
Oh,
credit.
wait. Oh.
Apparently they went under 100 years ago. Genophage.
I mean,
Oh,
does it need to be an LLC? I thought it's just kind of like a catchy little name for. I mean, you can make it official. We're a business, I suppose. Now,
We
what
could
should we
take
have
the
a business
LLC out.
card?
Well, and this here Pathfinder will be the flagship of the Astral Vanguard. That sounds nice.
I will say, the Astral Vanguard's tagline says, "There's a Krogan for every problem." Should we change that?
No,
Again, they all died in the genophage,
Yeah,
so
that kind of works.
yeah, it's pretty fitting for what we got.
they did
Or-
all die. So I don't know.
Plus,
if
it
you guys-
only outstricts. The rest of us get to keep some anonymity, whatever that word is.
Do you
There's
mean
one
Genophage or
program for
Rachni
every problem.
Wars? Because like Genophage didn't kill anybody. It just they couldn't repopulate.
the genophage is what made them like start the wars, right?
No, the Rachni Wars, they populated so much, and when they were over, there were too many of them, and they were starting a
Wait,
new
I thought
war.
they all. Yeah, they all blew up their own planet, right? Was it the genophage because of that? I thought that was.
They were
genophage
starting to
caused that.
turn war on everybody else. So the Genophage is a
Oh.
way to. It was the Krogan Rebellion, is what they called it. So the Genophage is a
Well,
way to
here.
stop them having babies.
Here. Let's do this. I'm gonna roll a history check.
Yeah, you can call it. You can say it's because of Genophage.
Yeah, it's the genophage.
I don't know if you
That's what I
know
said.
what that means, but sure.
You roll a history check. Strix, we are very well, you
He
probably
knows.
know. Oh, did I have the wrong phrase?
Yeah, basically, the genophage is what was cured to allow the Krogan to start reproducing again. The Krogan Rebellion, or the wars that the Krogan were waging on the galaxy, were what got the. Strix can fucking tell you. Point being, it's not that important. Do you like the goddamn name Astral Vanguard?
Well, I like the name Astral Vanguard. That's a great name.
Are you actually fucking gonna go anywhere, or are you just hiding around the goddamn
He
corner?
would have walked in the back of the room right when you said that. Missing the whole genophage talk.
Yeah, well, you can clean up the fucking hot sauce that's now bleeding down the wall we just paid to have
There's
clean.
balls.
Not anymore, because the B is all filled in, so now it's just.
So,
Is the B
Why don't-
silent? Astral
why
Vanguard?
don't we all come up with a new mission statement? We can present them later, but in the meantime, I can set up that branding so at least people can call us something.
Yeah, do that. Mission statement. Here to help for a fee. The good mercs.
Jesus, Graff, that is awful.
Guardians of the
Okay.
Galaxy.
That's lame.
Uh,
We don't need to do this now. Just think about it. Also, we're already set up.
we serve, you pay.
Okay,
Mhm,
Pilot and some
definitely
other
not.
dudes.
Graff, slow it down.
Oh, all right. Wait.
Wait, what was that last one?
Nothing. I was just brainstorming.
Okay, we'll brainstorm quietly in the other room or something. So about this mission, Citadel West, Citadel. What is it? What is the name of this one? Omega. We could take this mission, head to Omega, and try to solve it before full power gets established there. I mean, it's been a few months since the wars, but the planet's probably still recovering, reconstruction, all that takes a long time.
Well, let's reach out. Let's do our research. Let's check into this guy. Do a little bit of digging into him while we're waiting for the ship to be finished up. Let's look at the other jobs, see the timetable, the severity of what's going on, and let's see what the situation on Kobayashi is if we can figure it out. Because I don't want Strix's clan being wiped off the face of the Earth the face of Kobayashi. Just a Earth saying being from Earth.
Technically,
It's a
they're
little
not on
Earth-centric.
Kobayashi either. They're on the ring of debris floating around Kobayashi.
I don't know. I'm thinking it through. Maybe that phrase didn't make a lot of sense. But point being, there's a lot of shit that's important we need to take care of, as well as figuring out who our friendly stalker is that thankfully wasn't sending us emails while we were locked away on whatever the fuck that planet's
I have a
called.
theory about that.
Do I have to ask? What would that theory be?
You didn't have to ask. I was just trying to find the right way to phrase it.
Oh,
I think it's gonna sound strange, but I think a piece of hemlock might have been watching us. I mean, we did meet up with him for the first time only a few days after that first contact.
Well, that is probably more disturbing than the thoughts I had. Hemlock, you
I don't.
in my pocket?
It's just a theory. I don't know. I haven't been able to track anything.
Well, it's one I hadn't considered, so it's one more theory to add to the list of Hemlock or someone else. Just imagine I'd written it in
No, I understand. Yeah.
Strix's hot sauce. I almost said Frank's hot sauce, but I meant Strix.
Actually, Larrea, did we ever get those reports back on our Prothean friend, whether or not he was under any kind of Reaper influence?
Oh, I definitely would have pulled those.
Yeah, he
I have
didn't
it
seem to be.
here somewhere.
Speaking of which, Hemlock has to send us the records of the interrogation too after he dropped us off, so hopefully that's somewhere in our emails too.
It seems like he was fine, actually. He
Well, at least that's a relief. I can't imagine what
You
would
actually
happen if...
search specifically for a any correspondence to Hemlock, just like, you know, Control F H E M. Nothing's pulling up. Hold on. How do you do that shit? Oh yeah, lowercase h, big O, you know, or E, whatever it is. And you try to look it up. No correspondence whatsoever in any of your many messages from Hemlock.
I really fucking hate that guy. We'll reach out to him.
I'll try to contact him through my fan site.
Great. I'm sure that's where he wants to get messages about an interrogation of a Prothean. Hemlock, when's the new album dropping? Hemlock, how'd the interrogation of the Prothean prisoner go? Unless you mean it's like
He
a
might
private...
make a song about it. You don't know. That'd be kind of lit.
I had a Prothean in my care. Took my hands, ripped out his hair. He
Okay,
talked.
thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. We could reach out to our Kome, see if we can get back in contact with Hemlock through them.
For the record, I didn't actually go into any musical stuff in the academy. That's just all natural.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, your acapella's great. Did our Kome reach out by chance? She said she might have some work for us too.
No correspondence from her. She was also relatively recent.
And we could send a follow-up to her and let her know we're back on the grid, and also see if she's heard from Hemlock.
Oh,
I'll
perfect. We
draft something.
got the Turian, we got Kobayashi, we got these other jobs to look through. We got to reach out to our Kome and Hemlock. I got a goddamn lawsuit I'm working on, and we got to wait for the ship to be finished. It sounds like we got our fucking hands full.
The good news is you guys are planet side, and you've been fucking cooped up for so long. Being able to be around here for a day, two, whatever it is, means you can get like rooms separate from one another, go separate directions, walk around on a planet with like, you know, much more comfortable gravity when you're outside of, you know, the actual like base or whatever it is that's there. Like it's like you feel rushed, but at the same time, it's like all of us, what we just experienced the last week or the week prior, or whatever. You have so much shit going on at work because Q4 for pretty much any industry is the most miserable thing. But then you can like actually relax for a day or two. Like you can properly relax and enjoy like a holiday. And then the pressure just smashes you right back in the face again right afterwards.
Well, I guess that's what we do. We want to look over the list of jobs, try to put them in an order of like urgency. I know I wanted to at least look into, I don't know if anyone else wants to help me look into the Turian, figure out anything about him or his fleet or whatever else. And I guess, yeah, just kind of take the night and whatever.
I was gonna try to get correspondence to the can't remember their name. Oh my god. The squid people. Oh, the
Yeah,
Hanar.
names.
Yeah. The Hanar.
Sure.
That
Only part of
Or
your
my school.
backstory. No big deal.
A Hanner.
it's not important. It's just the backstory of my character.
Minor stuff.
Yeah.
So you want to talk to the Hanner?
Yep.
What do you want to say? What do you want to do?
Okay, sure. I guess if I'm just sending an email, I would ask about timeline for reinstatement and a new entrance exam. See when I can schedule that. And if there's anything else they need me to follow up on before I reapply.
That would actually be responded to probably by the next day.
Okay.
And because if you remember, you had to go out and learn some lessons before you can come back. It wasn't a matter of timeline.
Yeah, they were mad at me.
Yeah, they were. And so you were supposed to go out and learn. And so the because they do come off as condescending all the time, it's one of those things where it's like you ask, when's the timeline for me to return? They would ask questions like, you know, Hanar, as spiritual as they are, be like, take a moment, a day, perhaps more. Reflect on your experiences. Reflect on what has transpired, both with your time at the academy and your time since then. In what ways have you changed? In what ways have you improved your being? In what ways has the galaxy been enhanced by your existence within it? You know, that whole thing is more or less one of those things where you're like,
so...
He killed a
could've just told
handler
me
and
no.
caught a god.
What was that?
He killed a handler and caught a god.
Oh yeah, maybe don't tell them that. But either
You
way,
put God in bondage. What do you mean? Don't tell him that.
I gave him to an AI.
So yeah, well, definitely don't tell them that.
I wrapped up God and gave it to a robot.
So I found
Please
God,
take me back.
whooped his ass, and then handed him over to GPT.
I found a robot god who I told to delete himself, and then he blew up. And then I stole little bits of his code, floating around somewhere in my workshop. Then I met a real one, and I tied him to a table. And he told me he was going to die or something, and then I gave him to a robot.
We only
So-
lightly tortured God before we handed him over.
Yeah, he said I seemed capable, though, before he disappeared out of my life, so...
Yep.
Take me back.
So, anyways,
I found God. You can just tell him you found God. We'll go over this. That was your first draft. We'll make
I
it
found
sound
God,
nicer.
not clickbait.
Let me just edit this before you send it off.
You spoke to God. Yeah, he talked back.
Bring him in for mental examination.
Subject is hallucinating.
You get the impression that if they just told you no, that would have been
Turned God
easier.
over to the music industry.
Instead, you end up reading a whole bunch of ways for you to reflect on yourself and so on and so on and so on. In your character, as introspective as he is, you would definitely like, I should do this. I should look deeper into myself and see if I have earned the opportunity to return and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah. So that's kind of one of those things where you're like, oh, always giving good guidance, always giving good lessons. Oh, I'm so glad I have this app to help me out, or whatever it is. So so you that's
Gmail.
Strix, you only have, or no, Strix, Frait, you only have the free version of the app with your Hanar. You could get the paid version and remove ads.
I like the ads.
Okay.
I enjoy them. Quite a fun time.
How you found your comics?
Okay, so as you guys are getting ready to get your ship up and running, so on and so forth, Graff, when you're removed from the others later on that night, kind of everybody's gone to their own restaurants. I imagine nobody pairs up and goes together. Everybody's very much going their own way. Whatever foods it is that you want, wherever it is you want to relax, maybe just going for a long walk outside where you can look up at the sky and smell fresh air from grass or whatever it is. Even though it's a manufacturing world. So after you're going your own way, Graff, you'll actually get an active message sent your way, and it's from Commander Kent.
Oh, what did he say this time?
No, like active, like
oh,
comms
I'll
coming in.
answer.
Yeah, you'll answer?
Yeah.
All right. So what do you say as you answer?
Oh, hey, Commander. How's it going?
Oh, things been a bit better. Anyways, I was told that you just hit planetside down where you're picking up your ship from getting repaired.
I have, Commander. If this is about legal, can we just presume I didn't answer?
Well, it's about a couple of different things.
All right, the legal I didn't answer. The other things I answered.
Sure. Well, let's get the unpleasantries out of the way, because I got breathing down my ass and I can't look him straight in the eye and tell him I did when I didn't.
Uh-huh.
So I'll keep it short and simple for you. They're offering a good bit. And I mean, in your line of work nowadays, things that you can use. We're talking,
Commander, I thought we were skipping the legal part.
like I said, I'm doing it because I know I have to. Getting it out of the way.
Rejecting it from you because the lawyer's already handling it.
Understood. Ugh. You can. It's one of those things where you can just hear it in his voice. He's just pissed. Hello, Steve. Is that the Lily?
Also, I wasn't blowing you off or anything. I've been on a planet with no fucking communication for 6 months.
Had I known that, I probably could have kept them off my ass a bit more. Whatever.
Yeah, I would have told you, but didn't have any communication.
Yeah. No. All good. Listen. Got one more question for you then, since you don't want to talk about the other bit. Did you get your hands on a Prothean?
I punched one, so yeah.
Did you capture a Prothean on that job?
Yeah.
Did you hand that Prothean over to someone else?
It's complicated, but someone else did end up with the Prothean, yeah.
Now, I have no record over.
You should have said something, not someone.
I have
No, I did not give him to someone.
no record over who this or what this individual is or was or what have you. So could you just go ahead and tell me who the hell has that Prothean?
The music industry.
Listen, I understand you not wanting to talk with me about those
MTV
legal
has
matters.
the Prothean.
No, literally a musician.
But about that lawsuit.
Does he know about Hemlock? We haven't told him about Hemlock, right?
Dude,
It's still dead air.
I feel like most other D&D channels are a little bit more normal than this, you know, where this one's just a little bit random.
I didn't
sometimes.
write his backstory, man. We just handed him over to a musician. I told the Prothean that.
What
I'm held
happened to this
accountable
guy?
that.
The music industry took.
Look, Commander,
He went big,
to be
man.
fair,
You
we're
forgot the
supposed
little
to be
man,
hearing
man.
back from the questioning, and I guess if I do end up hearing back, I can let you know what they tell me, but yeah, we didn't really have any one-on-one time outside of well, the initial capture whenever we knocked his ass out, and then he was under guidance of it's complicated. We thought about trying to extract him to hand him over to the Alliance, but we didn't think that we could pull it off.
And you gave him to a musician?
The musician was very insistent. And honestly, I'm not sure if we could have. This kind of sounds fucking ridiculous out loud, but I can assure you in the moment, tensions were high. We were beat to fuck, and we were kind of at the mercy of this fella. So we made the best of a weird situation. And whenever we went into the conflict, we honestly had already thought that the Prothean had been taken out on the first part of the mission, so we were a bit surprised to find him there. Did get to take out some collectors though. Your silence, I'm assuming, either means you don't believe me, you think it's absolutely fucking ridiculous, or I'm about to get my ass chewed. So I guess whatever one it is, you can go ahead and get it over with.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused
Oh, good. I
as
was hoping it
to
was that one.
as to why it is you would have your hands on a Prothean that seemed to be leading some terrorist organization, and the way that you handled that situation was to hand it over to a convincing musician.
Well, to be fair, this individual was kind of the one that orchestrated our getting of a ship and a lot of the whole combat situation entirely. So I think the musician part of it's more of a front and less of the totality of the individual or group. Not really sure on that one.
Well, that closes out the rest of my report. I won't say there won't be others that might have more questions at this point. Anything else you want to report? Who this musician was, where they took them, any details about this Prothean, etc., etc.
Honestly, I feel like this is the kind of person that's well enough connected that if I do tell you anything, they'll know about it and it might cut off future contact, and we still haven't gotten the interrogation report. So, to keep their name out of any reports you have to file, I don't want to report that right now just because there's still intel I'm hoping to acquire from this person. Intel that may prove valuable to both of us. I also got to tell you, on an unrelated note, I'm not sure what the position is on Omega. We've been gone for a while, but there's someone who's approached me. I got to do some looking into, figure out who the hell they are. Looking at maybe organizing something against the despot. And between our connections with you, the Dominion, and hopefully this individual and whoever they're representing, which I assume might be Turians, maybe we can actually mount a resistance force and get this fucking despot overthrown sometime and get Omega back to being just bad instead of awful.
That's a tumultuous situation. The despot has continued to allow trade through the Omega Nebula. However, it's very obvious that there's an embargo on its way, and rather than the Citadel, the Council, in their infinite wisdom, seem to be, instead of planning a counter offensive, planning to break up this embargo when it is put in place, because see all the signs that are there. They're playing nice, playing diplomat. This man is a, I think it's a man at least, is a, well, it's another terrorist. There is no reason to be doing any negotiations. Remove the problem. That's the way I see it. Remove
We
the problem.
came across the flagship of this despot individual. Honestly looked like a vessel maybe even worthy of Shepard back in the day. It was pretty fucking scary, not gonna lie. And they were collecting remnants of the mechs. So needless to say, I'm imagining that the despot is collecting more blueprints and tools of war to possibly expand even past Omega once that's settled down. So I think before he gets even more comfortable, or she or whoever, they, whatever, we do try to put something together to remove him. I think it's only going to get worse, sir.
Yeah, well, nonetheless, I don't bend the ear of the council. And so it's up to them, and they're choosing diplomacy right now rather than blowing the fucker out of the sky. So you're saying that you got a contact over in the Turians that's thinking of doing something a little bit more hands-on?
I think so. Do you know much about Turian military? Anything about Fleet 386?
Fleet 386, that rings a few bells. I'd have to look into it and get back to you.
It was mentioned in their message. I can't remember to what extent. I'd have to look at it again, but I just want to make sure this person is who they say they are, because the despot kind of, well, probably pissed at us. We took out one of his lieutenants or higher ups year or two back now, and not getting any Christmas cards, sir.
Yeah, he'll chuckle or whatever at that, and he says, "Yeah, I do have a couple of contacts over at the hierarchy. I can send word that way. If you got a name of your contact, I can run credentials and make sure that they're on the up and up. Nothing too strange."
Yeah, I'll have to get that to you. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'll message you, but in the meantime, I guess if you can find anybody whose ear we can bend on the council, or you can bend, or whatever else, it might be time to start planting the earworm that if a big attack does come together, we could use their fucking support.
Yeah, well, we'll see. You saw how quickly there was a reaction last time. We're all surprised there was one.
Yeah, well, if he's got the tools for the mechs, who knows? He could have been funding the whole fucking project from the start.
Yep. All right. So don't fill out a report. Do you a solid? That's what you're asking?
That's up to you, sir. I just don't want to be honest, I don't know. I don't know how all that fucking bureaucratic shit goes, so I'll just trust that to you to do what you think's best there. But this Turian, I'm not sure if they're reaching out on behalf of you know, the Turian Council or whatever else, but hierarchy. He might just be a lone individual. It's hard to say. But I also don't want to scare him into hiding. So it would be best to keep them off the books too for now until we know more.
I can run a name pretty easily. Our militaries are linked close enough together that I can run credentials without even. It honestly would take me minutes if you had the name now.
Do I remember the name?
That's up to you, man.
I don't know if I remember the name. I don't.
Oh, well, if you don't.
I can look it up. I'll send it to you right after we get off the thing here. We do at least have one contact with the Dominion. Our friend Zenesthea, so we can reach out to her and see what the Dominion's stance would be if there was a move on Omega. But again, we saw how dangerous those mechs can be, and if the Despot has any of that, and who knows what else. Flagships are it's gonna be a problem.
Always is. All right. Well, just gonna be honest with you here. Main reason why I called was to get some people off my ass. I did my job, and then you opened up a whole new can. So
Sorry, sir. I seem to be good at that lately. If it's any consolation, I'm sorry that you got involved in this whole lawsuit business. It was supposed to stay off your desk.
I have opinions on the matter, but nothing I'm going to be willing to share over communications.
Understood.
All right. Well, don't die out there.
I won't. Legal owes me a lot of money.
Nah. Well, let's see if it's even enough to cover your funeral.
Soldiers.
End of the
have
call. Oh. All right, cool. So that's that. You can of course update your lawyer. Just so you know, they contacted me one more time. Yeah.
Passed along.
Of course, obviously. You don't need to go into too much detail unless you want to, but and just let them know. Cool. Awesome. So
I would RP with the group here. I know
yeah,
my
cool. I
message
was
just
gonna say if
away.
there's anything else anybody else wants to do, but yeah, if you want to ping to them or cut to the next day when you guys are getting back to the ship because it's done.
You guys okay if I forward the name of the Turian to the Alliance to try to help me do some background?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not.
Figured you'd agree.
No quarrel here.
I
Would.
assume Freight would also be fine with it.
Sometimes he's iffy with the Alliance, but
In this case, it's not someone we know, so it's
Luckily,
probably
he's
like,
taking a poop right now, so he doesn't get.
He sneaks into
he's also
Strix's
writing
bathroom.
balls on the wall.
Oh, jeez.
mm-hmm.
I was gonna say
Yeah, it's probably
sneaks
fine.
into Strix's bathroom because he misses the smell.
What up, bitch?
Oh. He's doing yoga in there.
Oh.
You accidentally
I'd
kick
allow
him
it.
while you're on the toilet. I think that covers that. Was there any other stuff we need to do?
No, I don't think so. Cool.
We
So
wanted to
if
look over the job list.
yeah. Again, we'll take care of that one next week or whatever to see what all the different options are. So going back to the sharing of information, you send the intel about Vakas to the commander, and he's able to ping back information relatively quickly. When he pings back that information, he informs you that Vakas is a well-decorated soldier within the military itself. It is important to note that when I say captain, when it's like translated from their language to yours, could mean one of two types of captains, because that actually I believe the Alliance, because it has different branches, also does the same thing like we have, where there's the captain for like soldiers, like Army and Marines, where it's a lower rank than a captain for like the Navy, where it's a much higher rank, right? But he is in fact like the naval versions, like that higher rank, like captain's a ship captain. As a matter of fact, did so as part of an important battle beforehand. Those details about 386 are given over to you guys, and it looks as though 386 was actually a part of. Hold on, let me see which battle this was. Give me a second. Pull this up. It was, I believe it was during the Reaper War. I'm trying to see which was the big important battle they were a part of. And actually got decorated pretty well because of their actions in it. Got promotions and all that. However, the part that comes off as being strange is currently they are. Here we go. What it was is during the Reaper War. But what is it? It was during the Reaper War. Actually, was part of a battle where unfortunately their ship took an immense amount of damage, and the captain of that ship actually died. They were a rank beneath beforehand, and got like an emergency, acting role as captain, like an emergency kind of, promotion or what have you, in the moment. And then it seems like even though they got lots of like attention, promotion, so on and so forth, they got they actually did give him the promotion afterwards. He then was immediately given like a desk job, whereas his responsibility to train the next round of soldiers. And he did that for several years, and then has recently gone off, because the way the Taurian works is you have to serve in the military until you're 30. And so it's from like adulthood, which is around 15, until about 30 years old. You have to serve in the military. And then after that's over, you can continue to serve, or you can do other stuff, as long as it's in the service and the benefit of all the Taurian people. And so after a while of doing the teaching thing, kind of went off and has been doing more freelance work as of late, but has maintained a positive relationship with the government. So if this person's reaching out to you, it's likely them reaching out to you of their own accord, and not necessarily with the backing of the Taurian military. That doesn't mean they don't have ears bent within the military. They don't have connections that they're like, well, get me something. But they likely are acting on their own.
Okay. Makes sense, but also kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, but all the while, though, it's important to note that they are what's the word I'm looking for there? The credentials do come through. It is all validated, and so on. So you're good.
Okay. I think there was one other thing we were gonna do, but I can't think of what it was. We were looking at the jobs, waiting on the ship, reached out to the Alliance, researched this. Was there something else we were gonna do? Did Messi reach out to the Hanar? Like
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did Rena need to call any plants or anything?
So there's something I wanted to do for Rena, but I wanted to make sure that that you guys were all set first.
I think so.
Cool. So if you guys were
That's fine, man.
good, see you later, Steve. Thank you so much. So Rena, for your character, when you at one point in time when you go to log into a terminal, like when the ship is as you're going by and the ship's being fired up and everybody's doing their tests, and you're the final test. So there, what is it? Wade's character is doing like the cycle through tests. They've already gotten the clearance, all the paperwork's clear, it's all given to you. You own the ship, all that stuff's taken care of. So everything's legally handled. But while he's doing his 2-hour long pre-flight test, because it's his first time going through this and he wants to make sure everything's good for his regard, you go sit down in your terminal and you're looking through, and then you see that there's a pending notification coming through to you, and it's a private one. So it's important to note that when transmissions come through to your ship, they're always encrypted. That obviously there are ways to break those encryptions or what have you, but that's like nigh impossible during transference. It's usually at the starting or ending points. And then there's going to be messages that are encrypted that are for individual people that only you have access to get into. If you have personal terminals, because like Rena, you would have set this up yesterday when you were in here as being your personal terminal, because you put a plant down and everybody just is like, whoa, okay, we get it.
The plants claim the area.
Those messages would go straight to your personal terminal. If you wanted, you can have this set up so it forwards over to your Omni tool, but obviously then it's on your Omni tool and not necessarily as secure as it would be on the ship with a more powerful machinery like computers there. Moving on.
Yeah, I think it's separate for now.
Yeah. So when you sit down, you'll actually see that there's a correspondence inside there, and it'll simply say, there's someone looking for the helmet you took.
And it's not like I don't have a from or info, it's just the message.
That's just the message.
Would I know like who it might be? Like if I was thinking about it, like could I do a history check for that?
You can roll an insight check.
Insight? Okay.
You happy with that? All right.
Over the 20.
You think for a second about when you were scanned on the Eclipse ship and something popped up and then it scanned again and they were having a conversation about you, and you're thinking about the details surrounding that and like how it was that they were looking over the scan, and you're like, shit. It is possible that somebody on the Eclipse knows something or identified something about the shall we just say the history of this helmet, and the parties that might be interested in getting their hands on it, and you don't know if they're sending this message as a warning or as a threat, or hopefully as just some small form of extortion. Like, oh, if I could just give him credits and make him go away, it'd be so much easier.
But regardless, she feels like she should respond. Is that's
Oh,
the feeling
that's
I'm getting, or
entirely up to you.
okay?
I will not put those words in your mouth.
I kind of like don't want to like give any attention to it. I'm trying to think what she would do. Damn. Okay. You know what? She's just gonna delete it.
Just deletes the email.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It does make the problem go away.
It does.
Yeah, for now.
That's what I do at work. When a client emails and I'm like, I don't want to respond to this, I just
Spam.
delete it, and oh, I got lost.
Oh, I never got it. Yeah.
That is not how that works.
Hey Scott, so we ran a message trace on that email, and it looks like it did end up in your inbox. Do you know if you had like a Outlook rule set up that might have put it in your spam or something? Can we look there for it?
Yeah, exactly.
Email got hacked. I just deleted everything.
Oh god,
No.
that would be bad.
That would be bad.
Anyways,
I would lose 137,339 emails. That would suck.
You see, I don't think I would want to be the AT guy that has to fix all of that.
I delete my emails constantly. When a problem is resolved, I delete that email. Bye. It's all tracked in a different software anyways. So
I'm trying to get to the Pokemon number. There's 150,000 or more to see. That's how it goes, right? So I'm trying to
See,
approaching.
when I got done with tickets, I archived them, and then I made a copy to put on the main server so that anybody after me or before, whatever other IT people that I hired knew what an issue was. They could just go and look at the archives.
Well, yeah, if you have a CRM, all that stuff is logged inside, so you don't need your personal email being bogged down
Nerd.
with numbers. So
He said letters.
like Salesforce, like that's a CRM. But anyways, moving on. So where were we? Yeah, so Rena, you just literally, it's one of those things where you sit there and you stare at the email for a moment, and like I imagine like sitting on your desk right there is the helmet, and you just kind of like look at it, look at the email, and you just reach over and delete the email, and then you go to your trash file, and you delete it, and you quickly run.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like okay, and
Mm-hmm.
take your mind off things, get up and water a plant.
Right. Just continue setting up the room.
Cool.
Weird. Anyway.
Awesome. Cool. So that's what I needed to do for Rena's character. That's funny. That it was probably the best decision. Like, that's funny. Okay, cool.
It's what she would do. It's not what I would do. But it's what she would do. So anyway.
I would reply, don't tell anybody, but I'm at this address right now. We just got a new ship. This is our transponder code. Please don't share it.
Now everybody has your information. Weird, I'm getting a lot
I
of things on
clicked the little
scanner
button
all of
that
a
said
sudden.
ask app not to track.
Hate that.
Okay.
Spoilers at track.
We've got several problems now.
Always
New
do.
Omni tool, who dis? That's funny, Tempest.
Awesome.
I stole this email off of a corpse. It was covered in plants. Who is this?
So your characters, correct me if I'm wrong, even though there's interest in so right now there's the two big weighing concerns are Kobayashi and Omega. Where is it that your characters are leaning towards for your overall interest?
Well, so I think Snog and Forensic pointed out, I did want to do some research to see what the situation on Omega is like, and also what the situation on Kobayashi is like. Because if Kobayashi, if like Pat's family's in danger, we probably want to go do that first.
I was gonna say I would probably be assisting in the Kobayashi.
Yeah. Omega, we want to get a read on what the situation is, but we have all these other jobs too, so we'd probably look through them, which I know we're doing next session, but it's like figuring out the urgency for any of those things and seeing if any of them are like, oh god, we got to go there for some whatever reason.
Yeah.
So I think we need to make a list of like, these need to be done by this date. Let's get an order in, figure out which ones we're doing, not doing, so on and so forth.
Yeah, sure. So I can even give you an example of what one of the jobs is. So let me go ahead and make this one visible for you. So in all players' journals, you can see it there. And so what this says is it's called Operation Sleeping Dog. It takes place actually in the Omega Nebula on the Amata, in the Amata system on the planet of Angia, Angia. Organization, it's Independence. That's what the symbol is at the top. It's the Independence symbol. And then the point of contact is somebody by the name of Jonah Vasir. Date of expiration is 4 months are currently remaining on this contract. It originally was about 7 months long, but it was sent to you about 3 months ago. And so Jonah and her companion, designation Genesis Army 549-87, aka Rocky, were hired to look into an old beaten down facility. Unfortunately, after initial scans, they realized they were in over their heads. They reached out to their network for aid through the grapevine, and through the grapevine they heard of this crew. They will work in tandem with your crew, assuming you choose to accept the mission. And will work in tandem with your crew to approach and gain access to the facility. The goal is to locate a central server and collect whatever data might remain there. The data may only be collected into a specialized device that Rocky is currently carrying. Once all data, if any, is collected, the facility needs to be destroyed. The expected reward is actually pittance. It's a nominal reward of only 5,000 credits each. However, you'll be given full authority that the facility was a prototype fabrication center, and there are any objects or equipment of any value that are found there may be kept for yourselves after it's been scanned for viruses. So you may collect everything, so on and so forth. But suggested don't do anything with it until you bring it to like who your contact is to properly scan everything for viruses to make sure it's safe. But you can collect anything you find there. The only thing they want is the information on the server.
Okay, and we know nothing about them or this place to know who would be helping.
So the people that you'd be helping are the independent individuals. So what you currently know is that there's somebody by the name of Jonah Vasir, and they have with them somebody by the name of Rocky, or something by the name of Rocky, and they were hired by somebody else to do a job that they couldn't handle on their own, and so they did some research, found out about you, and they reached out to you. They can give you more details should you reach out to contact them directly. They will be doing work on in the Omega Nebula, but not in the same system as the Omega Station.
Okay. So we have 1 month to do this?
Well, you have 4 months left, I think I said.
You said it was 4 months, but that was 3 months ago.
It was 7 months, and the 3 months passed, so you have 4 left.
Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, I think we'd want to see what the situation is on the other places that are more important to us. And if they look like they can wait, we'll do something like this. If they look like they're urgent, we would jump on something like that, I think, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly. And then another example that you guys have, and let me go ahead and click this for you. This one I may have shown you before when I was showing you my new format. It's funny, I did misspell the word summary. It's called out for by somebody. I gotta fix on these. Anyways, so this is Operation Deep Mycorrhizia, and this is back in the Athena Nebula, back in the Nelios system, which was season 1, on the planet of Erasa, which you guys had scans beforehand and couldn't find very much information about. Organization is Dominion, currently overseen by the Asari Republic. Point of contact is 2 people, Matriarch Phazia Didatisi, which is the same person from before, and Captain Ninlo, which again is somebody that you had spoken to before. There is no expiration date on this one, at least not as of right now. Known mission summary for you guys is recent surveying of the planet has detected underground pockets of life forming around large hot springs that are believed to offer breathable air in an otherwise unbreathable planet. Most notable are large luminescent mushrooms that are illuminating massive caverns underneath there. So the mission is to explore this tunnel system, determine their safety, discover if there are any animals and or sapient life that's down there, search for Prothean artifacts, because remember it's the same system that the Prothean station was in, discern if there are more unique biotic elements in this world. If you remember, there were the plants and whatnot that reacted to biotic stuff beforehand. Rena's character is not even aware of that. Then she'd probably geek out if she knew about it in the other world. And deliver all intel so it may be analyzed as potential location for a colony. This one is flat 12,000 credits each, with bonuses depending on discoveries that are made along the way.
Okay.
So,
No,
again,
forensic. We've got notes for these. You don't have to notate these.
Yep, these are all fully written out notes and whatnot. So there's things like this, is these kinds of missions that are there.
It seems like it'd be something that Rena's character would love.
That one? Oh yeah, yeah. Going.
There's
into
no
caves.
expiration date
I
on it though,
mean-
so we probably won't do it.
I would like it a lot just because the first time that I went to a planet that had a lot of vegetation, I was like freaking nuts about it.
Oh,
It's the same
true.
system.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Scott, can you do me a favor though on an Operation Deep, whatever that is?
Yep.
Can you unknown mission summary? Can you just spell the word summary correctly?
Yeah,
there
yeah.
for
I
me?
said that. I said that.
Yeah, if you could fix it. I'm still looking at it and it's making my eyes bleed. Thank you.
No, I'm gonna leave it
You have
there.
weak eyes.
I do have weak eyes. That's why I wear contacts. Legally blind with them. I can't even see the big E.
There you go. I changed the E to an A. If you want to double check it.
Maybe SAMMURY.
It's SUMMARY.
I feel like Pat will like it better now. I'm not sure that I do. You don't spell summary with a C.
Soft C.
Oh, it's a cummery.
The
My
soft
favorite.
C. Like circle?
It's sad that
Oh.
the word cummery makes me think of like an ice creamery, and it's like I don't want creamery and
Step
cummery
on
to be
down
the
to
same.
my
No, do
Cummery,
not churn
my
that. Do
Cummery.
not churn that.
Come on down to Cold Stone Coomery.
You get a little bit of salt and ice, and you start rolling it and make your own.
You imagine you go to Cold Stone, they just do that. They put it on the nice marble fling.
Ah, that's so gross.
Hibachi ice cream.
Hmm.
Throw it up in his hat.
So what toppings do you want in your Cold Stone? Well, I'll have some of that white stuff. The marshmallow sauce? No.
Oh, this was just freshly made like 10 minutes ago. Fresh from the pump.
Thank you. I
This just
appreciate
in.
I appreciate these missions. It'll be fun to figure out
Stone
what we want
Cold-
to do.
Stone Cold Cummery under lawsuit for sexual harassment for all employees. Join now in this class action.
To save some time next session, Scott, we could go over them off screen, then just talk people through them on screen.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
like, hey,
I'll
these are
have
the
them-
options.
I'll have them there so you guys can just read them. And then,
Yeah.
read them in your own time kind of thing. Cool.
But we do want to know about the situation on Kobayashi and
Yeah, so Tsunobu
Omega.
Kobayashi, as we're finishing up, we'll do that one last thing, and then we can do our outro. Why don't we go ahead and have what's your name there, Messi?
Patrick, Rena, Messi, Wade.
Oh wait, who's the one that's
Scott.
really good at research? Isn't it Messi? Oh no, that's right. You don't have that tool proficiency anywhere. It's not there anymore.
what's the role for research?
Yeah, so rolling for research is technically an investigation. But
Messi and I are good at that. I think Rena is good at that.
Yeah, I have a +6.
I would say Pat can give one of you guys advantage because he'll kind of lean over your shoulder and give you details about his location.
Rena, do you
What do
feel
guys
lucky?
have?
I
I
have
have
a
a plus
7.
5, so you can take it. Oh, you
Oh,
have
well,
a
you have
7?
a 7? Yeah, you take it.
I took the enhanced optics, so I'm really good at insight, investigation, and perception now.
Yeah, go
makes no
ahead.
sense. Go ahead, though.
Advantage?
No, it
said
makes no
so?
sense that you're going to investigate. Yes, advantage.
Wow.
I feel like if Rena rolled, it would have been better.
Do it, Rena, just for lols.
I'll probably luck it, but I'll see what Rena's roll looks like. I mean, it's hard not to beat a 6. All you did was time me.
Oh.
For the record.
Wow.
Messi, roll with
Messy
disadvantage.
roll.
Yeah,
and see
I'll
if-
roll
oh.
another one. Okay.
wow.
wow.
Hey, you know what? We just had the worst 3 advantage rolls in a row possible.
You're all
So
lucky.
Whoa.
Nice. Good job.
oh, okay. We got a 15.
Oops, that's intimidation.
Oops.
We got a 15, Scott.
Okay, with a 15 total, this is what you're able to discern. That while they were being attacked, while the onslaught, it was specifically the what crew was attacking them? The Blood Pack were attacking the Krogan that were there. They were able to hold their own. They were able to hold the enemies at bay pretty well, but unfortunately, their defenses are starting to break down, and it is becoming a bit of a problem. And they need to have it's one of those, like, if nobody provides assistance anytime soon, then things aren't going to go well. However, it is not technically a Citadel. It's not technically a Citadel facility. They do not listen to Citadel laws. They don't follow any of that stuff. They're technically an independent colony, if you even want to call it a colony. That's not even accurate. So the Citadel has no responsibility to go there. They don't pay for the taxes. They don't pay for this, that, the other thing, so on and so forth. So they're kind of on their own. Their best bet would be to hire people to lend assistance, but there's not much by way of an economy that they have to offer. They just, were their own society that was self-sustaining enough, and traded with other people that would bring goods or whatever. But these are other individual merchants or what have you, no governments. And certainly nobody wants to get involved in this situation unless there was some sort of a benefit for them in the long run. And a station like this, aside from trying to look good for like a humanitarian aid sort of a situation, they don't have anything worthwhile for one of the other governments to get involved in. Their hands are full with so much other shit. So they are kind of on their own and are definitely at that breaking point where if they don't receive some degree of aid, it's not going to go well.
Okay. If we reach out to Hemlock and we try to get his interrogation report, did we get that? Did we get anything from him?
Oh, so you reach out to Hemlock specifically about the interrogation. You get the simple response, not yet concluded.
Hurry it up is my follow-up.
No response.
Like 6 months. What the fuck? I fucking hate this guy. All right. And the situation in Omega, has that gotten any worse? I'm assuming the despot's just kind of firmly entrenched now.
Yeah. You got a little bit of details from the Commander Kent before, but more importantly, you're gonna get significantly more detail if and when you choose to speak to the Taurian, because the Taurian is actively looking to do something here and is asking you for aid for them. So they're going to have much more detail than you're going to be able to find just by searching on the extranet. But a search on the extranet, what I'll be able to tell you is this. The despot has the facility. He could stand there in Afterlife and say, I am Omega. And people would have to be like, hey, I know that reference. I do feel like, though, since Arya was voice acted by Trini, I feel like Despot should be voice acted by like the bald guy that played Apoc in the Matrix series. It just makes sense to me. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah. Anyone else have anything?
No.
Questions, things, anything else?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I suppose
I
we
don't
go
like
for
talking
V
about the
for
Matrix.
Vendetta.
Pat always goes on about the fucking one bit, and I just don't want to. I can't do it again. He's really obsessed with Neo being the one. Right, Pat?
Sure.
Well, I'm the 2.
Oh, Lawrence Fishburne. Maybe he could be voice acted by Lawrence Fishburne. He doesn't have a menacing voice. Not that Apoc, but
Like Lawrence Fishburne?
yeah, he doesn't have a
Not
menacing
menacing,
voice.
but it still like
No, but
commands
it's-
your attention.
It's
Sure.
definitely a really cool voice to listen to.
I mean, I think Elrond there, V for Vendetta, Agent Smith. Like he
His
is
name
a
is
much
Hugo
more,
Weaving. You
Yeah,
get his
Hugo
fucking
Weaving.
name right.
My
Also known
apologies,
as
I'm
Agent
sorry.
Smith.
Yeah, Hugo
No,
Laurie.
no,
The
no,
Matrix.
no.
We should get
No,
Hugo Laurie.
no.
Hugo Weaving is one of my top favorite actors. Matrix aside, like V for Vendetta was great. He was obviously Lord of the Rings. Like he's just a great actor.
Oh yeah, he's incredible. Anything that
I
he's
thought
in,
you were
he's
about to go off, Pat. I thought you were going to do
I
the whole
didn't know
spiel.
how. So like, in the Matrix, I always thought Hugo Weaving was not that tall compared to like Keanu Reeves. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Hugo Weaving's fucking massive.
Oh, is
I
he?
don't know if you know that.
How tall is he?
I think he's like 6 something.
Really? Because like,
6'2".
because I want to say like Vigo is like 5'10", 5'11", and he did seem taller than.
He's 6'2".
Aragorn?
Keanu is 6'1". But I mean, like in the show, in the movie, it always felt like they were way shorter than that.
Yeah.
Compared to like, like everybody else in the Matrix who, I don't know, that the Matrix is weird. Lord of the Rings is tough because they use a lot of like visual, like
Unless it's a
optical
Mandela
illusions
effect,
to-
I feel like I remember Keanu Reeves being a lot taller than Agent Smith in the movies.
that's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
thought like Neo was like way
I think
taller.
I remember him being particularly tall too, but
I
but,
just
but then again,
Maybe
like
he did the
I
Tom
love
Cruise
Mission
thing and just stood on a
Impossible, and
bucket.
he's wicked tall. You know what I mean?
I
Like he's so tall. What's his
This
name
is-
from Mission Impossible?
this is gonna sound super weird. I
Reacher.
took Milo in the backyard
Tom
earlier.
Cruise.
This is gonna sound super random. I took Milo in the backyard earlier, and Adler had brought a kitchen knife outside to like cut some of the weeds. I forgot that it was still in my pocket because I just almost cut my hand. I'm like, that was sharp. What was that? And I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Forgot to take that
I have
out.
steak knives in my pockets at all times, just in case. You know,
It
a
was-
nice piece of meat might end up in your lap.
It was in the
That
back.
doesn't sound good. I didn't mean it like
No.
that.
Adler started a really cool thing called a winter garden. So it's just a bunch of stuff that can survive through the winter.
First of
So-
all, that is cool, and second of all, why a kitchen knife for weeds?
So to open up some of the bags of soil, she took that out there instead of our.
Oh,
She couldn't find our
but-
garden shears.
Well, yeah, but even just like a utility knife, like
No, these were
carpenter's
like the
knife.
huge bags from like Lowe's.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, because I
Oh,
use
yeah.
them as well, but like, you use
You-
the utility knife.
She had
Neighbor walks
Milo.
by and waves. They see you holding a baby and a kitchen knife cutting the weed on the fence.
She had Milo when she was doing this, so
That's
yeah.
funny. I mean, you're wrong.
I don't
like,
know why the kitchen knife was out there. Okay, I don't know why. I'm telling you, I had a knife in my pocket.
No. You're good. I just like the utility knife. That because I honestly, the only thing I care about
You
is you're gonna
question
dull your
everything Brit
blades.
does? Huh?
No,
Why you
no.
question everything my lady does?
No, do I question everything Brit does? Not vocally. So
Yeah, that's what all men do. We just question why that.
you just internalize it. Like
I feel like
this
I
is
get
the truth.
questioned more than I do the questioning.
Yeah,
in our
but
yeah.
we're not afraid to ask you why the fuck are you doing that? I do it all the time.
Okay.
Why is Wade on the terminal when he doesn't need to be? Oh, he's blowing Patrick up with a bomb? Crazy.
Okay, man. I was trying to help. You got too close. That
I
was your
didn't need
fault.
the help. I didn't need the help.
Everyone else did.
Anyways, cool. Well, anybody doing anything exciting worth noting?
I am finally playing Baldur's Gate tomorrow, except chat is choosing everything. My class, my spells, everything.
All right.
That sounds like a really not fun way to play. I'm gonna be honest.
What are you
I would
hoping
struggle
for?
to do a run like that.
I'm having some
It's a short game, so at least you'll get through it quickly. You can change.
yeah. I'm playing with my friend Sky, so I think it'll be a lot of fun getting through it. I'm gonna have some liberties, obviously, on what gets. You know what I mean? Like, oh hey,
Yeah,
we
who you're
found
fucking.
Shadowheart. Did we kill Shadowheart? Like,
Kill
they're not
Oh,
gonna have-
that. Yeah, that
Is it-
too.
It's not gonna. It's not gonna.
Are
be
you
shit
gonna
like
fuck
that.
a bear?
Sure, if chat wants me to.
I mean, so long as Shadowheart gets ganked, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Is that a sex
Um,
term or murder?
murder.
Oh.
Oh, not what I was. My bad. Misunderstanding.
She's such an evil character.
Yeah, Scott grabs the rifle, Pat and I grabbed the condom. Really different
Yeah.
interpretations there, what you wanted.
Yeah.
Shadowheart's like, I'm doing the racism now. Look at you, your skin's green.
I think we should raid.
We
think
can
we should
fix
call
her.
yeah.
I do wanna.
Oh,
I do
shit.
wanna say
No.
something. Just I'm super proud of Wade, and this isn't a troll.
Thank you.
Wade's on vacation starting today,
Oh,
and
Oh.
I'm super proud of him.
Happy
I am
vacation,
taking a
Wade.
staycation.
Yeah.
Technically, my
Yay!
vacation started Monday. I just recorded last night, did D&D today, recorded podcast yesterday, and I have to record tomorrow afternoon. But other than those 4 things, it's a vacation.
What are you doing Saturday? Want to stream
Like-
something?
No. So I did tell everyone last night, I was like, you guys do play Lethal Company.
Yeah,
might
I was
not
gonna
stream
say
it."
I am
Oh,
playing on Friday, Wade, if you want to play.
Want to start a Lego Fortnite server?
I'm
Yes.
trying to.
Actually, yes. No,
No.
don't even joke. I will fucking do it.
It's cool because you can do the 7 keys. You know what pisses me off though is you can't. If let's say you're the server owner, and you give me a key,
Can't keep
I can get in,
playing.
but I can't bring people with me.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's so lame. And I don't even know how to get 16 people in if you can only bring so many at a time. I suppose you'd have to be, because let's say it's you, right? Plus 3 others, so there's a group of 4. And then you have 7 other people with keys. 4 plus 7 is 11. Where did the other fucking 5 come from?
I don't know.
It's like Call of Duty Zombies right now. You can only come in with a party of 3, but when you're in the game, you can group up with another party of 3, make a party of 6. You can have 6 people play together.
Have
You
you
just only know
played
2
the
of
new
them.
zombies?
But the only
since
way you
they
can get
updated it?
into the world is through them. So
I mean, since they updated it, I played with you.
No, they've updated it now. There's a whole new tier.
Oh no, I have not.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet.
I was
I
gonna
I got
watch football
spawned and
this
then I
weekend.
stopped playing.
anybody
I
fun
want to
playing?
see if
Oh,
I want to see if my team makes the playoffs.
I forgot that still matters to some people. My team will not. They got eliminated.
Oh,
I don't
really?
even know
Your
that.
team got eliminated?
Are the Niners?
We got
in it?
eliminated and we don't have a top 5 pick, Scott. There's no happiness to be had for me.
Fair.
Are the? Did you just ask the 49ers are in the playoffs?
I don't.
Go suck it.
Do